Chapter 1496. 1 Second to Remember. Wonderful pop-up window free reading. Buzz. At this moment the wind and clouds rose and the sky changed. Inside and outside the war god palace, it was as if a world-shaking storm had gathered. Countless people's hearts seemed to have stopped beating. The scene in the sky above the palace of war god seemed to have stopped. A giant purple hand reached out from the ground and caught the prehistoric giant's terrifying fist. And the pair of purple eyes that floated behind Chu Hen had astonishingly shocked everyone's mind and soul. It was a pair of purple eyes that looked like those of an ancient demon god. The invisible power made the surrounding space twist. In the depths of those purple pupils, there were 7 black dots that were slowly chasing each other. Demon Eye, one of the 10 most powerful sacred bodies, the sacred body of Demon Eye. His trembling voice was like a sudden clap of thunder in everyone's mind. Instantly, everyone's eyes were trembling uneasily, including Long Xuanshuang, Mu Feng, Yi Yao, Qiao Shaowan, and the other people who were most familiar with Chu Hen. They were all shocked. Chu Hen, Brother Chu Hen, has the 10 most powerful sacred bodies. Shock! Unbelievable. They didn't even dare to think about it. This guy never let us down, Mu Feng murmured. They were very surprised. They couldn't believe it, but in their eyes it was reasonable. There was no other reason, except that it was Chu Hen. Finally, the pair of eyes. Outside the palace of War God, Liningha, a genius of the 5 Elements clan, sighed. The question that had been hidden in his heart was finally confirmed. Back in the Chaos Devil world, when he fought against the invasion of the Devil Army, it was indeed the sacred flame of Demon Eye that could be controlled by the sacred body of Demon Eye. Compared to Liningha, Tang Bufan, Wei Yan, Lai Xingyuan, Sitahanya, and the other geniuses on the list were all shocked. Duan Song from the War God Palace possessed the bloodline of the immemorial holy body, which was more than enough to turn the entire Midland upside down. Who would have thought that at this moment a pair of chaotic purple demon eyes would once again appear here? Boom! The great earth collapsed, rapidly exploding. Everyone's expression changed. In an instant, everyone looked at the young figure with unconcealable reverence in their eyes. The ground beneath Chu Hen continued to crack and explode. Following that, a pillar of purple light shot up into the sky like a tsunami. Your strength is indeed only SOO. Strange waves of air trembled, and together with a frivolous and playful voice, Chu Hen raised his eyes, and in the depths of his pupils, which had already turned purple, 7 black spots appeared to be chasing each other in a clockwise direction. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound of power spread out. In the next instant, with the purple eyes of the demon god behind Chu Hen as the center, countless vigorous and beautiful purple beams of light interweaved and intertwined with each other, quickly transforming into the upper body of an enormous giant. 7-star demon eyes. Crack! Cracks spread all over the inner city of the palace of War God, along with rocks of different sizes. The purple arm that caught the prehistoric giant's fist suddenly tightened. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the purple arm pushed the prehistoric giant's arm out of the ground. Hua! It was like a gigantic beast from another world, crawling out of an abyss. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. They all popped out their eyes and clenched their fists. This is... Could it be? Boom! A heavy and vast power swept across the entire area. Countless purple light swirled and intertwined, and a 300-meter tall giant warrior wearing an armor showed up in everyone's sight. His entire body was covered in heavy armor, and his transparent head revealed a pair of evil purple eyes. The terrifying power of a demon god could be felt across the entire sky. Endless purple light covered his entire body. The world, which had already lost its color, was stirred up once again, and thunders were roaring. A vast and mighty wave of qi revolved around Chu Hen. Standing in front of this giant warrior, he looked like a king who controlled this world. Nirvana, demon spirit. Chu Hen shouted coldly. Hua! 7-star demon eyes, Nirvana demon spirit. Chu Hen's demonic pupil divine might erupted from his demonic eyes, setting off a raging wave thousands of meters high. Under countless gazes filled with astonishment, the purple demonic spirit behind him erupted with a tremendous amount of divine power, forcibly lifting the arm of the desolate giant that Duan Tsang had transformed into. In the blink of an eye, the two giants faced each other. Duan Tsang was both shocked and furious. His face, which was covered in a scarlet primordial aura, was filled with rage. Humph! We're both of the 10 strongest sacred physiques. How can I lose to you? Disappear! After saying that, Duan Tsang's other giant palm raised a sky-splitting primordial force. Rumbling sounds of wind and thunder overlapped as his palm struck towards the head of the Nirvana demon spirit. However, at this moment, the Nirvana demon spirit's eyes suddenly burst out with 2 purple beams of light. The beams of light instantly turned into 2 huge arrows. Boom! One on the left and one on the right, the 2 light arrows directly hit Duan Tsang's palm. For example, the Aurora shuttle pierced through the clouds. The sharp purple beam of light penetrated Duan Tsang's palm. Everyone was shocked. Duan Tsang can't block Chu Hen's power. How could this be? Without waiting for Duan Tsang to raise an even more powerful primordial force, the Nirvana demon spirit's right arm suddenly burst out with a dazzling pillar of lightning. Chi! The violent lightning power was like a python covering the right arm. Everyone was even more shocked. The summoned demon spirit can also use the power of the original body? I've never heard of the Demon Eyes clan's Nirvana demon spirit being able to do this. He actually perfectly fused the power of the bloodline boundary with other attributes. Unbelievable. At this moment, the martial sect master Dongfang Hengji's eyes were also faintly filled with shock. Is it because of the primordial chaos technique? Dongfang Hengji didn't dare to believe it. Without giving the crowd too much time to think, the Nirvana demon spirit wielded the power of tens of thousands of lightning bolts and faced the primordial giant that Duan Tsang had transformed into. Chi! In an instant, the purple and green lightning gathered in the palm of the Nirvana demon spirit instantly interweaved and condensed into a peerlessly sharp lightning spike. Holding the peerlessly sharp lightning spike, the Nirvana demon spirit directly pierced it into the center of the primordial giant's chest. Clang! The heavenly thunder crisscrossed, and the hurricane tore the sky. Countless bolts of lightning immediately exploded from the void of the 9th heaven. Rays of light blossomed in front of the primordial giant, like dragons and snakes wandering in all directions, shattering the sky and enveloping the top of the war god palace, causing the souls of everyone present to tremble. So what if you're also one of the 10 strongest sacred bodies? How can you stop me? Chu Hen's ice-cold voice was like a sharp blade that invaded everyone's heart. You. Duan Tsang, who had transformed into a primordial giant, opened his eyes in anger. The blood-colored violent aura around his body surged like a churning wave. Bang! A heavy, muffled boom shook the sky. The pupils of everyone on the scene nearly popped out of their sockets. They saw the lightning spike in the Nirvana demon spirit's palm forcibly penetrate the primordial giant's chest from the front to the back. Crack! The peerlessly sharp lightning spike directly penetrated the giant's back. It looked like a giant snake that was spitting out its long tongue, releasing a sky-tearing power which was extremely terrifying. Waves of chaotic, blood-colored steam spread out in a disorderly manner. A purple light spread out from Duan Tsang's entire body like a divine vine. The latter's eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear that he had never seen before. Boom! At this moment, the war god palace was shrouded in an unprecedented dark cloud. The 10 strongest sacred bodies. The sacred body of the prehistorical sacred body shocked everyone on the scene. The sacred body of the spirit demon eyes was earth-shattering. When they witnessed the scene in front of them, everyone's hearts turned upside down. Defeated, Duansong lost. As a dominator of the Midland, an emperor-like being, his position was directly overturned. At this moment, his pair of eyes, which could destroy the world, stood on top of the crowd with the majesty of killing a king. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1497. Rumble! The sky trembled as the lightning spike pierced through the chest of the giant under countless shocked gazes. It was like a divine radiance that pierced through the chaotic world. Destruction, demon spirit. The power of the seven-star demon eyes. Like a fiend god descending to the world, it shocked everyone present. Everyone present turned pale with fright. Everyone inside and outside the God of War Palace was terrified, and their eyes were wide open. Waves of shock rose in the hearts of the people from the major forces outside the city. Tang Bufan, Wei Yan, Situ Hanya, Lai Xingyuan, and many other geniuses on the list trembled in shock. Duansong actually lost. It was unbelievable. In the battle between the sacred body of desolation and the sacred body of demon eyes, the latter directly broke the sky with a destruction demon spirit. Clang, under countless trembling gazes inside and outside the God of War Palace, the heavenly stars exploded, and the thunderbolt across the sky tore through the void like a sharp giant claw. The terrifying sacred radiance exploded in front of the giant that Duansong had transformed into. The space distorted and collapsed. The powerful, blood-colored steam surrounding the body of the great desolation giant rippled out like a monstrous torrent. Following that, the majestic power of the great desolation giant sharply decreased, like a collapsing mountain. Bang! The chaotic storm that swept through the 9 heavens overturned the heaven and earth. The great desolation giant instantly turned into a chaotic, blood-colored wave of air. Duansong fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Blood constantly flowed out of his chest and mouth. The chaotic true origin energy attached to his body was especially scattered. Palace Lord? In an instant, the entire God of War Palace was suddenly in darkness. An unprecedented panic immediately filled everyone's heart. Looking at Duansong falling from the sky, the morale of the people of the God of War Palace also sank to the bottom of the valley. Duansong was defeated. It was a complete loss. Woo! The fox cried and the wind howled. The powerful sword momentum gathered like a storm, and the sky was filled with petals like snow. A cyan fox shadow, like a peerless demon soul, enveloped the sky above the inner city. A sword stains the world with frost. Whoosh! The resonant cry of the sword shook all directions. The eyes of the fox of the Green Mountains, Janga, were like the stars. His sword danced in the air, and a beam of sword light that was like snow and frost flashed across the sky. Bang! Even the water domain and earth domain were split apart. Panicked cries rang out, and 2 figures flew out in a sorry state before crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Elder Shur and Elder Shui of the God of War Palace widened their eyes. Their pupils were filled with fear. He had defeated 2 great Saint King Realm experts with a single sword strike. Jun Jian Gu stood tall in the sky, displaying the extraordinary momentum of killing the world. At the same time, the sect leader of the Han sect, Shu Yuan's aura surged. He was like a god of war as he waved the cloud, halberd in his hand. The sharp light formed a ring-shaped radiance and shot towards the 4 ferocious poisonous beasts that were pouncing towards them from all directions. Skybreaker! Boom! Hiss! The ring-shaped, dazzling halberd light brought up a destructive power that looked like a ring of stars as it smashed down. Along with a series of shrill howls, the world-destroying light of the cloud-raising halberd pierced through the clouds like an aurora of dawn, cutting the centipede, the toad, the scorpion, and the spider into pieces at the same time. The beasts that were chopped into pieces all exploded into clouds of blue smoke. Then, Shu Yuan took advantage of the situation and rose. His arms were like holding a thunder halberd as he swung it horizontally towards the cold woman who was holding the 5-poison cauldron. "Looks like you won't be able to sacrifice me to your blood cauldron today." The high-pitched voice was filled with disdain. The woman's expression changed drastically. Her cold triangular eyes were filled with panic. The cold wind that was as fierce as a blade surged towards her. Bang! With a loud sound, the cloud halberd that was swaying with thousands of divine splendor swept in front of the opponent. Along with the power of the domain that collapsed in an instant, the woman was directly sent flying by this huge force. Blood spurted out from her mouth and then heavily smashed into a broken wall. The rubble collapsed and burst, burying the opponent under the rubble. Chaotic element extreme, transformation. On the other side, the sect master of martial sect, Dongfang Hengji's extremely powerful momentum shook in all directions. Bang! The heavy power exploded in the sky above the War God Palace's inner city. The particularly violent chaotic shock, wave, shook the sky river. Then, 2 figures with vigorous momentum retreated. Ah! Xianwan, the elder of the War God Palace, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest with his hand and stared at Dongfang Hengji, who was safe and sound in front of him. "You lost," Dongfang Hengji said coldly. One had to admit that Duan Song's defeat had a great impact on the people of the War God Palace. Whether it was a group of high-level elders or many low-level disciples, without exception, all of them had a mental breakdown. In such a situation, if one state of mind and state of mind collapsed, it would mean a complete collapse, and they would lose everything. Soon, the second elder of the ancestral butterfly clan also took advantage of the situation to defeat the elder of the War God Palace. The only great Saint King powerhouse who was still struggling was the fierce-looking old man in front of the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow. Screech! But in the next moment, the sky was filled with sacred flames, and a tornado-like, crimson flame vortex poured down. Boom! Wind and thunder pierced the ears. The blazing waves were earth-shattering, soaking everyone's face and burning the high fighting spirit of all the people of the martial sect. It was as if the end of the world had collapsed and the glorious sun had arrived. The terrible flame impact merged, and all rushed towards the old man of the War God Palace. The old man's old face, which was full of horror, was directly reflected by the light, and there was still fear in his vicious eyes. Buzz! In an instant, the blazing flames directly engulfed the old man. The distorted space continued to tear, and the old man's territory energy was immediately swallowed into the sea of fire. What a powerful territory energy! Is this the power of the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow? As expected of the demon clan, that is as famous as the Green Hill Fox. Witnessing this scene, everyone inside and outside the War God Palace was shocked. He had just entered the Great Saint King stage, but he was already able to kill a powerhouse of the same level. The peerless elegance that the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow displayed stunned everyone. Following the defeat of Duan Song and the few Great Saint King stage powerhouses, the entire War God Palace directly ushered in a complete collapse. It was like a dam that had been broken by a flood. It could not be stopped at all. Kill. Roar. The martial sect, Hanyun sect, Spirit Phoenix Valley, Horse City, Soaring Rain sect, and the other allied forces joined forces. A comprehensive counterattack began to appear. The War God Palace completely fell. Amidst the countless panicked and terrified screams, blood splattered into the blue sky. In the Midland, the world had completely changed. Looking at the one-sided slaughter in the city, all the sects and forces outside the War God Palace, who had stayed out of the battle, all felt great fear and uneasiness. Fear. She was really terrified. The War God Palace, the overlord of the Midland, collapsed just like that. A colossus that had occupied the Midland for thousands of years was trampled under the feet of a small martial ancestor. To the other sects and forces, what a heavy blow it was. He actually won, haha. Wei Yan of the great Emperor Palace's smile was especially stiff. Tang Bufan and Hu Bingyu were also speechless. What had happened in front of them was just too shocking. So shocking that even they could not calm down. Lin Yinghe of the Five Elements clan let out a deep breath. His eyebrows were filled with indescribable complexity. Looking at the young figure standing on the square of the inner city that had turned into ruins, Lin Yinghe involuntarily showed a helpless smile. You won. I lost. Slaughter, slaughter. Blood watered the ground of the war god palace. However, it was not the lives of these invaders that were used, but the blood of the war god palace itself. The invasion from all sides began to set off an especially tragic massacre. The war god palace began to be bathed in blood. Duan Song was covered in blood. His face was filled with deep resentment and hatred. He lay prone in the rubble, his eyes almost spitting fire. All of you deserve to die. Duan Song shouted fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure with an indifferent expression slowly appeared in front of him. I said, I'm going to kill you today, you bastard. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1498. I've said it before. I'll kill you today, you bastard. Chu Hen stood in front of Duan Song with an indifferent expression. His calm tone did not carry the slightest fluctuation of emotions. The latter's face was filled with hatred, and his eyes were surging with thick flames. Kill me? You're too naive. No one can kill me. Duan Song shouted fiercely as he struggled to get up from the ground. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a sword with ancient runes on it was pointed at Duan Song's head. Facing Chu Hen's incomparably fierce and peerless aura, Duan Song staggered to his feet and revealed a smug and sinister smile. Ha ha ha! Demon Eye Sacred Clan, right? You dare to offend us, the desolate Sacred Clan, with your struggling fate? Struggling. Hearing those words, Chu Hen raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Ha! You better run faster. Duan Song laughed even more complacently, even a little deranged. Then he sneered in a strange voice. Oh, sorry, it's too late, Clang. As soon as his voice fell, the already chaotic sky was once again filled with thunderstorms. As if a storm was coming, the dark tide surged and the nebula gathered. It was as if a huge millstone was hovering above the Palace of War. A mountain-like aura came crashing down, causing the hearts of everyone below to tremble. Everyone, subconsciously, stopped their battle. This is? Dongfang Hengji, Xu Yuan, Mei Zhang, and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes, their faces surging with solemnity. The people outside the Palace of War were also shocked. This aura is... Lin Yinghe of the Five Elements clan clenched his fists and couldn't help but frown. Rumble. As the storm converged, a vast and majestic aura enveloped the huge chaotic battlefield below. Under countless horrified gazes, more than 10 figures with powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky above the Palace of War. Hua! An invisible pressure gushed out, and the people below felt as if they were being covered by raging waves, as if they were carrying a heavy burden. Other than Chu Hen and the fox of the Green Hill, Jun Jiang'e, the other people's faces all turned pale, and their bodies faintly sank a little. Chaos! Sacred Clan! Spirit Phoenix, Valley Master, Mei Zhang exclaimed. In an instant, the atmosphere inside and outside the God of War Palace changed greatly again. The major sects and forces all looked serious. Even Jun Jiang'e's devilishly charming face was overflowing with a trace of coldness. Ha ha ha! Duan Song threw his head back and laughed. He spread his arms and looked at Chu Hen and the people behind him with a mocking expression. You can't win. You will never win. Above the void, the eyes of the people from the desolate wilderness Holy Clan turned cold. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. His entire body exuded a domineering and cold arrogance that far surpassed Duansong. He looked down at the war god palace that had been reduced to ruins, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. This smile, it sent chills down one's spine and made one's hair stand on end. Did you bring people to do this? The man looked down at Chu Hen below, and his cold eyes were like two sharp swords piercing down. Chu Hen frowned slightly, but he was not afraid. It's me. Very good. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched, and then a heart-palpitating chill and coercion filled the air. In an instant, the space where Chu Hen was in was unusually uneasy, and the hidden killing intent under the coercion gradually became clear. Everyone's expression changed. However, at the same time, the sky on the other side rumbled, and another earth-shattering storm converged in the sky above the 9 heavens. This is... What's going on? Wow. Then there was another powerful aura that crushed the heavens and the earth. Under countless astonished gazes, a brilliant light shone, and then more than 10 figures with the same extraordinary temperament appeared in the sky above the war god palace. It's the Star Holy Clan, and the Sky-Burning Holy Clan and the Great Wilderness Holy Clan are here too. Oh my God, what day is it today? The powerful aura that filled the sky and the earth came one after another, and it made one breathless. It's them. Emperor Great Hall Tangbufon was stunned. The people who came were none other than Meng Xiaolin from the Star Holy Clan, Di Qiong from the Sky-Burning Holy Clan, and Lumion from the Great Wilderness Holy Clan. What are they doing here? I don't know. Everyone was confused about the appearance of these people at this time. Moreover, within a day, there were 5 people with the strongest bloodline limit of the sacred body, which made them even more dazed. So lively. Di Qiong from the Sky-Burning Clan smiled faintly. Meng Xiaolin from the Star Holy Clan turned to look at the people from the Antiquity Holy Clan. Brother Hua Wen is here too? Long time no see, how are you? Looking at the other 3 strongest holy clans that suddenly appeared, the middle-aged man from the Antiquity Holy Clan, who was the leader, looked relieved. He said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Meng Xiaolin smiled faintly, then pointed downwards and said, "We received news that the War God Palace publicly broke the rules of the Holy War enlistment. After the end of the Wind Cloud ranking war, they were filled with resentment and disregarded the rules to take revenge on the martial sect. The few of us came over to verify it. Wow." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked, especially Duansong and the rest. Their expressions changed. Humph. Hua Wen sneered. Let's see who's taking revenge on who. Meng Xiaolin glanced at the tragic battlefield that was in a mess. It seems a little different from what I imagined, but we can't just look at the surface, right? Then Meng Xiaolin said loudly, "I wonder who has something to say." Everyone looked at each other. The sect leader of the martial sect, Dongfang Hengji, paused for a while and cupped his fists. "I'm the sect leader of the martial sect. Dongfang Hengji, what do you want to say?" Meng Xiaolin asked. After the end of the Holy War, the God of War Palace directly flouted the rules and openly brought people to attack our sect, wanting to kill us. We were in a panic, and for the sake of our livelihood, we had no choice but to gather people to resist. Is that so? Meng Xiaolin continued. Nonsense. Duansong retorted harshly. It was you who took advantage of the God of War Palace's unpreparedness to invade and occupy our sect. And now you're still talking nonsense here. Humph, the shamelessness of the God of War Palace is unparalleled. Let me ask you in the Midland, who dares to offend the God of War Palace? If we weren't forced, how would we dare to fight to the death? Dongfang Hengji was also full of anger. He waved his hand and said, "Anyone in the Midland can be a witness. Who broke the rules first? Who was it that attacked our sect first? Even a 3-year-old child knows the truth, and you still dare to complain?" His passionate words instantly made Duan Song speechless. The eyes of the people from the martial sect, Hanyun sect, Spirit Phoenix Valley, and the other forces all turned red, and their blood boiled. If they weren't forced to a dead end, who would dare to risk their lives and attack the god of War Palace? It seems that the right and wrong of this matter is already very obvious. Mang Xiulin smiled lightly. Then he turned to look at the people of the Wilderness Clan. Right. Big Brother Huawin, why are you here? Are you here to mediate? Wen's eyes turned cold, and he replied with a sneer. Since all of you are here, it doesn't matter whether I mediate or not. But I wonder, how are you going to deal with the god of War Palace? It's not a deal. At most, we'll mediate. After he finished speaking, Mang Xiulin looked at the people below. According to the rules, no matter how great the enmity between the participants of the Holy War is, it can't be pursued in the outside world. As the overlord of the Midland, the god of War Palace's action of abusing their power to avenge a personal grudge is really shameful. However, the remnants of the martial sect have killed so many people of the god of War Palace, and both sides have suffered losses. If possible, why don't we both stop the war? Stop the war? Huawin snorted lightly. So, all the people of the god of War Palace died for nothing today. It's fine if they don't want to stop the war. Then let them continue to fight and fight to the death. This is the enmity between the forces of the Midland anyway, himself. Mang Xiulin said these two words with extra force. It was very simple. This was a conflict between the sects of the Midland. As for the other outsiders, they shouldn't get involved. I also think it's good to let them fight to the death. Di Qiong of the Heaven-Burning Saint Clan grinned. I'm just afraid that some people won't be too happy about it. After all, there are always people who bully the weak. Hearing this, Huawin's face turned slightly ugly. He let out a deep breath. Just like you said, this is the internal affairs of the sects of the Midland, and we have no right to interfere. They can do whatever they want. It's up to you, Mang Xiulin and the others. Big Brother Huawin, you really think too highly of me. I have to ask the opinion of the martial sect for this. After all, they're the victims, not? After he finished speaking, Mang Xiulin turned his eyes to Chu Hen below. This should be the leader. Chu Hen raised his head slightly and looked at the other party calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Di Qiong of the Heaven-Burning Saint Clan and Lu Mian of the Great Wilderness Clan couldn't help but look at each other, both reading the astonishment in each other's eyes. The aura on Chu Hen was vaguely familiar. We apologize for not being able to stop the martial sect in time for what happened this time. Revenge breeds revenge, and the War God Palace has already lost. Can you show mercy and not kill them all? Mang Xiulin's tone was very gentle. There was an indescribable sense of approachability. Hearing the other party's words, the hostility emitted by the people of the martial sect gradually subsided. Hua, one of the primitive holy clan, snorted disdainfully. Chu Hen slightly narrowed his eyes and immediately replied, As for the others, I'm willing to stop. But this person... Pausing, Chu Hen's deep and dark eyes directly swept towards Duan Song, the palace master of the War God Palace, who was not far behind him. I will definitely kill him. The moment he finished speaking, a dark blue light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. A blue light energy body suddenly appeared in the palm of his right hand. Bang! With a deafening sound, the ground of the inner city, which had already turned into ruins, once again collapsed rapidly. There was no time to react. A blue halo of light, like the halo of an exploding star, swept in all directions and swept across the entire place. The space immediately twisted and tore, together with the countless rocks that had turned into powder. Under the extremely shocked gazes, the incomparably terrifying pressure and tearing force all hit Duan Song's body. Great fear and panic covered Duan Song's entire face. His internal organs were ruptured, his muscles and bones were all broken, and his body, which had already suffered heavy injuries, caved in an extremely exaggerated manner. Bang! Blood splattered and bone fragments flew everywhere. Under the extremely contracted pupils, Duansang's body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and his broken internal organs splattered everywhere. Today's 2 nights. I'm inexplicably tired. Chapter 1499. As for the others, I'm willing to let it go. But this person, I must kill him. Bang! An incomparably heavy rumble instantly invaded everyone's eardrums, along with an extremely violent, destructive force. A boundless blue halo rose from the center of the Battle God Palace's inner city like a meteor. The endless, tearing power twisted the space and shook everyone's heart and soul. "How dare you?" Hua, one of the wilderness, holy tribe, shouted, looking at Duansang, who had instantly disintegrated into pieces. Everyone present had shocked expressions on their faces. The dust settled and the airwaves spread across the sky. The sudden change astonished everyone's vision and mind. Even Meng Xiaolin of the Star Sacred Tribe, Di Qiong of the Sky Burning Clan, Lu Mian of the Wilderness Holy Tribe, and the others could not react in time. No one would have thought that Chu Hen would be so decisive in his killing. There was no room for anyone to react at all, not to mention the time to stop it. Wow! Heaven and earth trembled, and everything shook. The inner city square, which was already in ruins, had a huge crater that was more than 100 feet wide. In the crater, at that moment, only Chu Hen stood in the crater. Duansang's aura could not be felt at all. In other words, Chu Hen's attack not only destroyed Duansang's physical body, but also wiped out Duansang's Purple Mansion Saint Soul. Completely killed. He did not give Duansang any chance to live. A little ruthless. Meng Xiaolin of the Star Sacred Tribe shook his head and sighed helplessly. He is indeed ruthless. Di Qiong of the Sky Burning Clan also shook his head and smiled. On the other hand, Hua Wen and the others of the Wilderness Holy Tribe were burning with anger. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. They wanted to pull out all the tendons and bones of Chu Hen. "How dare you kill him?" Hua Wen said fiercely. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Chu Hen was not afraid in the slightest. Within his deep and gloomy cold eyes, there are traces of purple light. Chu Hen wouldn't spare Duansang's life no matter what. Putting everything else aside, just based on the matter of Shilan, Chu Hen had an absolute reason to take his life. Buzz! The invisible force that overflowed from the two intersected in the void, causing the 9 heavens to tremble. Then Hua Wen smiled. His sinister smile was filled with coldness. "Very good. The future is still long. Today, I congratulate you for taking down the War God Palace. I hope that the mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. We will meet again someday. Congratulations. See you later." He said these words with extra force. It felt like a sharp knife was stabbing into everyone's eardrums. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Wen coldly glanced at Meng Xiaolin, Di Qiong, and the rest before he cried out in a deep voice, "Let's go!" Hua! The light flickered and flickered in the sky. Along with the distorted space, everyone from the Antiquity Sacred Clan disappeared from the void in the next instant. As soon as Hua Wen left, everyone from the War God Palace seemed to have fallen into an abyss of eternal damnation. Endless darkness quickly enveloped everyone's hearts. The moment Duansang died, there was no longer a need for the War God Palace to continue supporting the Antiquity Sacred Clan. The remaining people had no will to fight at all. Defeat. Total defeat. It was truly a complete defeat. They had been completely defeated. Seeing Hua Wen and the rest leave in anger, Meng Xiaolin and the rest looked at each other helplessly. Today, the enmity between them and the Antiquity Sacred Clan had been formed. After all, no one had expected Chu Hen to be so determined to kill Duansang. Since Duansang is already dead, there's no need to kill everyone else, right? Meng Xiaolin looked at Chu Hen with deep meaning and said. Chu Hen faintly nodded, but did not open his mouth to say anything. Meng Shulin also had no intention of staying here any longer. Let's go. Yes, it's not our turn to clean things up here, Lu Mian of the Great Wilderness Sacred Clan replied. Immediately after, the people from the 3 sacred clans also twisted the space of the 9th heaven and disappeared in the sky in a chaotic storm. The situation, it was as if they had returned to the starting point. They had thought that the arrival of the Antiquity Sacred Clan would wipe out the invaders of the War God Palace. However, the timely appearance of the other 3 sacred clans had also caused the matter to return to the level of a battle between the sects of the Midland. Duan Song's death had directly caused the remaining people from the War God Palace to lose their will to resist. Great despair filled every single one of their faces. The martial sect, Hanyun sect, and Spirit Phoenix Valley also focused their attention on Chu Hen. To be honest, the situation had changed. As long as the other party gave the order, the War God Palace would be wiped out. Everyone inside and outside the War God Palace was filled with fear. None of them dared to breathe too loudly. Chu Hen let out a long breath. He looked at the vast sky and closed his eyes. Immediately after, he opened his eyes and his gaze turned cold. Don't let me see you people again. All of you scram, scram. The thunderous momentum was like the majesty of an emperor who was pardoning people. Roar. Screech. In an instant, the beasts roared at the sky like a war drum announcing victory. At this moment, all the survivors in the War God Palace had their defenses collapsed. Everyone's eyes were dim without any light. They were like abandoned stray dogs, abandoning their weapons and running away. Boom! Rumble! Inside and outside the War God Palace, smoke rose from all directions, and the flames of war reached the sky. The panicked crowd fled in all directions, as if they were afraid that Chu Hen would change his mind at any time. The people of the martial sect, Hanyun sect, and Spirit Phoenix Valley were all covered in blood. They looked at each other and looked at their companions. All of them were relieved and excited. We won. Qiu Xingyi murmured softly. We won. Wu Yan shouted loudly. Following that, shouts and shouts resounded in the sky above the War God Palace. Long live the martial sect! Han Yun Sect won! Long live the Spirit Phoenix Valley! One side was defeated and ran away. The other side was cheering. Horse City, Flying Rain Sect, and other mid-tier sects were also excited. Countless disciples knelt on the ground and shouted. Some even knelt and cried. Ha ha! Horse City, Lord Luo Fan's tears rolled down his cheeks. Flying Rain Sect's Han Chio's eyes were also red. No one could understand their feelings at this moment. They had been bullied by the Soaring Cloud sect for hundreds of years. They had suffered humiliation every day. Now that the Soaring Cloud sect was gone and they were stepping on the War God Palace's territory, they did not even dare to dream of this kind of joy. Ha 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 ha. So what if it's the War God Palace? You're still being stepped on by me, Mu Feng. Mu Feng waved the Buddha demon sword, unusually excited. TSK, do you have any shame? What does it have to do with you? If I didn't save you, you might be on the bridge of helplessness. Ha 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 ha, all right. I owe you a favor. That's more like it. Outside the War God Palace, the Great Emperor Palace, the 5 Elements Holy Clan, the Wind Frost City, and other forces were watching the battle with complicated feelings. This battle, from the beginning to the end, they had seen it with their own eyes, without missing a single detail. But the result was beyond everyone's expectation. What a wonderful battle! Situ Hanya, the young city lord of the Wind Frost City, murmured. Many forces should be regretting now. Behind him, Situ Ye's face was completely pale. She was completely shocked by the scene in front of her. Holy demon, pupil body, it seems that Yen Yuantu's death was not undeserved. Tang Bufan, the Great Emperor Palace, murmured, shaking his head. The Midland, this time a great change is really going to happen. That's really surprising. This result is so unexpected. The space was slightly twisted, like ripples on water. On a magnificent cloud tower, Meng Xiaolin of the Star Holy Clan landed on the long corridor of the tower like a ghost. On the side of the long corridor, a beautiful young lady quietly looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of her. Wow, you didn't wear a mask today. You should have done this long ago. Otherwise it would be such a waste of your beautiful face. Meng Xiaolin raised his eyebrows and showed a bright smile. The lady didn't say anything, but only looked forward with her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Last time, you went to the border of the blood prison to save him? Meng Xiaolin asked. Yes, Bai Qinyu replied. You didn't know that he was from the demon pupil clan, did you? Bai Qinyu didn't answer, but there seemed to be ripples in her clear eyes. Surprise flashed across Meng Xiaolin's eyes. Then he smiled and said, How rare! Young lady Bai of the Holy-Eyed Sacred Clan is actually helping a stranger. It was very obvious that after the Holy War's enlistment ended, Meng Xiaolin had already investigated Chu Hen's background. But what surprised Meng Xiaolin was that Chu Hen came from the East Domain and was still a new disciple of the martial sect. After all, the martial sect hadn't started recruiting new disciples yet. And Bai Qianyu, who had never been to the East Domain, definitely didn't know Chu Hen before this. So this made Meng Xiaolin even more confused. Can't you tell me? For you, I even offended the primitive holy tribe. This time I owe you a favor. Bai Qinyu said calmly. Wow, there's no need for that. I'm just kidding. Before Meng Xiaolin could finish his words, the space around Bai Qinyu had already shown a dreamy distortion, and then, like ripples on the surface of water, she disappeared on the spot. Really? Too cold? Meng Xiaolin spread his hands and shrugged. Then his eyes turned to the smoke-filled battlefield, and Meng Xiaolin's eyes faintly surged a little. What's the relationship between them? These two holy clans are together. It's really curious. Chapter 1500. The wind and clouds rose, and the sky was covered with frost overnight. The Midland, more than a month after the end of the Holy War, there was finally an unprecedented change. If the result of the ranking competition in the Chaos Devil domain was a landslide and tsunami in the Midland, then this change was definitely a doomsday collapse. The violent storm that ravaged the Midland attacked every area within a short night. The War God Palace was reduced to ruins within a day. The martial sect joined hands with the Spirit Phoenix Valley. The Hanyun clan led the Flying Rain School, the Horse City and other forces, and directly killed their way through the entire War God Palace. The leader of the War God Palace, Duan Song, died in the hands of Chu Hen. Piece after piece of news spread out like deafening thunder, and it shook the various sects to the point they were panicked, uneasy, and terrified to the extreme. My God, the War God Palace lost, and they lost so miserably. Is the martial sect so terrifying? This sect used to be ranked at the bottom of the first-rate forces. Even the profound Sun Palace and the Heaven Gathering Pavilion are much stronger than the martial sect, right? It's not the martial sect that's terrifying. It's Chu Hen who's terrifying. You didn't see it with your own eyes. A mortal stage great Saint King couldn't even take one move from him. That's right, in the end, Duan Song used the trump card that he had hidden for countless years. What trump card? The 10 most powerful bloodlines, primitive holy body. My God, Duan Song is from the primitive holy clan? That Chu Hen didn't die? I thought he was dead for sure, but I never thought that Chu Hen had such a terrifying pair of eyes. That night, it was destined to be a sleepless night. No one remembered Duan Song's earth-shattering power. The world only remembered that pair of demon-godlike purple eyes. The competition of the 10 most powerful holy bodies. This head-on confrontation. Chu Hen's 7-star demonic eyes firmly suppressed Duan Song's divine power. For those who saw that pair of eyes, it was like a lingering nightmare, disturbing their minds. This time it seems that I guessed wrong. 5 elements sacred clan. The old man with the walking stick was still standing at the door, looking up at the sky with his muddy eyes. Behind him, Lin Ingha had a faint smile on his face. He looked rather relaxed. So the great elder also makes mistakes. Although it's a pity that I wasn't able to participate in the martial sect alliance, I don't think it's a loss to see the great elder's expression. The old man did not reply. He continued to stare at the gloomy sky. It seems that the sky in the Midland has become even darker. Yeah, because the world is about to change. Lin Ingha replied in a deep voice. No one was optimistic about the outcome, but it became the final result. As the news of the destruction of the War God Palace swept across the entire Midland, people had no choice but to accept this difficult reality. This gigantic monster, which had occupied a part of the Midland, had finally fallen. Every sect and sect. His heart trembled with fear, especially those sects and forces that were in a hurry to cut ties with the martial arts sect. They were all dumbfounded. Those who mocked the martial arts sect for overestimating themselves were all slapped in the face. As for the profound Sun Palace, the Firmament Gathering Pavilion, and other sects that had conflicts with the martial arts sect, they were all frightened out of their wits. Martial arts sect! It was like a bolt of lightning that had pierced through rocks and struck down, turning the War God Palace upside down. The Thunder Saint clan, the luxurious and imposing hall, was silent. Everyone was silent. Everyone's faces were filled with coldness. It's the demon eye. The old man sitting in the main hall clenched his right fist. With a bang, the porcelain cup in his hand instantly exploded into a pile of powder. Hearing the 2 words, demon eye, the coldness in everyone's eyes intensified. Those useless things from the War God Palace. I didn't expect them to lose so badly. Luckily, we, the Thunder Saint clan, didn't intervene. If we had intervened, the result would be uncertain. We can only blame ourselves for trusting the War God Palace too much. Normally, the Thunder Saint clan's hatred towards the martial arts sect and Chu Hen was no less than that of the War God Palace. But this time, the Thunder Saint clan didn't participate in this war, mainly because they trusted the War God Palace's power too much. Without the Thunder Saint clan, the martial arts sect couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Since the War God Palace had crushed the martial arts sect with their power, the Thunder Saint clan could just stand by and watch. They could also save their face and avoid being accused of breaking the rules of the Holy War. Who would have thought, just like that, the War God Palace was pierced through by the martial arts sect's spear? At the beginning, the difference in the number of great saint kings on both sides was more than double. With such a difference in strength, the Thunder Saint clan was defeated by Chu Hen. How could this not make the Thunder Saint clan angry? They were gnashing their teeth in hatred. After this war, the martial arts sect would be unstoppable in Midland. Although the Thunder Saint clan wasn't worried that the martial arts sect would do anything to them, the War God Palace's crushing defeat was still disgusting. After a moment of silence, the old man sitting on the throne said coldly, "Send someone to find the Thunder Kuin." Thunder Kuin. Hearing these 2 words, the corners of everyone's eyes narrowed. The image of a cold and fierce figure that was as sharp as frost appeared in everyone's mind. On the north side of the War God Palace, there was a magnificent city. This was an ancient city with a long history. Although the city wall had been renovated several times, the aura it exuded was primitive and ancient. Chu Hen, Dongfang Hengji, Xu Yuan, Mei Zhang, and the others stood on the city wall. In front of them were the ruins left by the war. The grand and luxurious War God Palace had already become a ghost town. Especially after the crowd left, it gave people an indescribable feeling. I never thought that one day I would be able to step on the land of the War God Palace. Xu Yuan's eyes were still moved. All of this seemed like a dream to him. "It's your ambition that helped you," Chu Hen replied. Xu Yuan smiled. "But I gambled with my life this time." "Congratulations, you've won the bet. It was clearly you guys who had the ambition, but you made an old man like me take the hit. Who am I going to complain to? Mei Zhang said in a rather displeased tone. Previously, he was besieged by the three great Saint King realm powerhouses of the War God Palace and suffered a few solid palm strikes. If it wasn't for Jun Jiang's timely arrival, he might have died. The other smiled. Dongfang, it's time for you to give up your position, right? Xu Yuan said. Dongfang Heng Ji raised his thick eyebrows. That's what I was thinking. Why don't the three sects join forces, build a big alliance? Then we have to elect a leader. Is there a need to choose? Receiving everyone's gaze, Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and said, I don't want to be the leader. I still have a lot of things to do. Really? Xu Yuan was slightly disappointed. If it wasn't for the sect leader, I guess I wouldn't even participate in the Holy War. Just nominate. You don't have to manage it. Dongfang Heng Ji said. Chu Hen hesitated for a moment and just smiled. After a slight pause, Dongfang Heng Ji said something with a profound tone. I'm very confused. Huh. Chu Hen was stunned. Chapter 1501. I'm confused. The three holy clans actually came. Hearing Dongfang Hengji's words, Xu Yuan and Mei Zhang, who were standing aside, looked solemn. Why do I feel strange? Chu Hen asked. The three glanced at each other, feeling even more confused. It seems that you don't know either. Know what? Chu Hen was a bit confused by the few people's words and said, Such a great disturbance has been caused in the Midland. Shouldn't they show up? However, Dongfang Hengji shook his head. In fact, they don't care about this. Oh? The rules of the Holy War were made by all the sects and forces in Midland. The 10 most powerful holy clans didn't take part in it. They were only responsible for providing the sites for the Holy War at most, for the participants to compete. As for the enmity between the sects and forces, it has nothing to do with them. Dongfang Hengji explained. Chu Hen frowned slightly. Xu Yuan continued. No matter how much the War Deity Palace broke the rules, it's only a fight between sects in Midland. This kind of fight actually happens after the end of the Holy War, but I've never seen them interfere. And Xu Yuan paused. There was still a lingering fear between his eyebrows. And the primitive Holy Clan is behind the War Deity Palace. I believe, although we don't know, they definitely do. The War Deity Palace had been in the Midland for thousands of years. Its position had always been stable. The other holy clans definitely knew that there was another huge beast behind it. Since the Star Holy Clan and the Sky-Burning Holy Clan turned a blind eye to the primitive Holy Clan's behavior, they naturally knew about it. And now, the 3 great sacred clans were even interfering, and were even standing in opposition to the desolate sacred clan. This was even more unexpected. The Star Holy Clan would never offend the primitive Holy Clan for such a small thing. Xu Yuan said with more certainty. After all, the 3 of them were the most powerful people in their sections. They were very meticulous. They could see the clues at once. Plus, they didn't have anything to do with the 3 holy clans, of course. They didn't interfere because of them. No matter how he thought about it, the ultimate culprit was still Chu Hen. After listening to the explanations of the 3, Chu Hen suddenly felt like he was the only one who was intoxicated by the fact that everyone else was sober. He thought about it carefully. The arrival of Meng Shilin and the others was indeed a little unreasonable. After all, who would offend the primitive divine tribe, which was also one of the 10 most powerful divine physiques, for the sake of a few small sects? What a loss! It was completely unnecessary. At the thought of this, Chu Hen could not help but fall into deep thought. Could it be? Chu Hen clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes. There was an indescribable, complex expression on his face. What did you think of? Dongfang Hengji asked. No. Chu Hen denied it flatly. Then he turned around and left the tower, leaving the 3 bewildered men behind. Could it be her? Chu Hen walked down the steps of the city gate tower and walked aimlessly in another direction. He could not help but think of a pair of bright and beautiful peach blossom eyes. The last time he was in the Chaos Demon Domain, Bai Qinyu also appeared there. This time Meng Xiaolin, Di Qiong, and Lumian all came, but he did not see her. Was this the reason? Or was there another reason? Just as Chu Hen was thinking, he caught a glimpse of a cold and aloof, slender figure on the other side of the city gate tower. Jun Jianga. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He was about to step forward to greet the other party. But at this time there was a beautiful and refined figure that walked to Jun Jianga's side. Lord Jun Jianga, do you still remember me? There was a hint of caution in the clear voice. Jun Jianga looked slightly sideways. His long and narrow eyes were handsome and charming. The person standing in front of him was none other than the chief disciple of martial sects South Spirit Peak Academy, Qi Qianying. Looking at the Green Hill Fox, Qi Qianying's eyes shone brightly. However, Jun Jianga's emotions did not seem to fluctuate much. He calmly stared at the elegant and beautiful young woman in front of him. 10 years ago, you saved my life. Seeing that Jun Jianga did not speak, Qi Qianying spoke again. As she spoke, she hurriedly took out a scroll from behind her. She opened the scroll in a somewhat flustered manner. On the scroll, a figure wearing a purple fox fur coat and a white high collar stood at the top of a hanging wall, holding a sharp sword in his hand. In the sky behind the figure of a green fox looked down at the blue dome of heaven. The figure of the fox covered the sky, and a rain of petals swirled. The person in the painting exuded a cold and aloof aura, and behind the aloof figure there was a little girl in her teens curled up. Beside her lay her family and a dozen men in black who were lying in a pool of blood. Sweeping his eyes across the scroll in front of him, Jun Jianga still did not show much of an expression. Then his gaze shifted away. I should go. Qi Qianying turned around and saw Chu Hen standing not far behind the two of them. Looking at Chu Hen, who had appeared out of nowhere, Qi Qianying hurriedly put away the painting. Did I come at the wrong time? Chu Hen expressed that he really did not mean it. No, I was just waiting for you here. Jun Jianga replied. Chu Hen nodded slightly. Thank you for your help this time. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. No need. I was just entrusted by someone else. Chu Hen laughed. Mu Feng is very valued by the demon region. An imperceptible strange light flashed in Jun Jianga's eyes. He did not say anything more. Goodbye. Okay. Chu Hen cupped his fists. Saying that, Jun Jianga directly ignored Qi Qianying and turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused, looked sideways, and said, I remember. Immediately, a green fox shadow appeared in the void, and the other party immediately leaped into the sky. Remember. Hearing these two words, Qi Qianying's clear eyes lit up, and a strong sense of surprise surged in them. He remembered her, Lord Jun Jianga. Looking at the other party's back, Qi Qianying's eyes quickly turned red. Her silver teeth bit her red lips, but she could not speak. At this moment, Chu Hen suddenly shouted, Senior Jun Jianga, in order to let you contact me at any time in the future, I will send someone to you so that you can send me a message. Qi Qianying was stunned. She looked at Chu Hen behind her with a stunned expression. What are you waiting for? If you don't go, I will send someone else. Qi Qianying was even more at a loss. This is an order. You also know that the sect master is about to form an alliance with sect master Xu Yuan and Valley Master Meizhang, right? I am the alliance master. I order you to follow Jun Jianga now. If he needs me, come back at any time. After a moment of shock, Qi Qianying's face was filled with great gratitude. Thank you. Go. With that, Qi Qianying did not hesitate. She immediately followed Jun Jianga's footsteps. That year, snow flew everywhere and the wind was like a claw. Qi Qianying's family was killed by her enemies. Just as she was about to lose her life, a frosty sword killed more than 10 people, saving her from the chaos. She clearly remembered the sky, full of petals dancing between heaven and earth, and the figure of a green fox whistling through the sky. The amazement brought by that sword was like a brand that could never be erased from her heart. She did not have time to thank him, nor did she have time to ask his name. Just a second before he left, he stood at the top of the cliff and looked back at her. A quick glance, 10,000 years in a glance. The charming dream was too chaotic. The floating world was nowhere to be found. Looking at the two figures disappearing into the sky, the corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised slightly, but he murmured with some emotion, "Please forgive me for acting on my own. I just hope that you will not be so lonely." The spirit of Green Hill, beyond 1,000 years of lonely wandering. The charming dream was too chaotic, and flowers bloomed on both sides of the river for another year. When I return next time, I hope to hear the good news of you summoning your lost clansmen and finding the Fox Master of Green Hill. Chapter 1502. The chaos in the Midland continued. Following the destruction of the Palace of War Gods, the territories and resources of the various regions under its control were quickly divided up. The martial sect, Han Yun School, and Spirit Phoenix Valley took over most of the territories. Old Horse City, Flying Rain Sect, New Deer City, Ocean Sky Castle, and Sangzhou region. These 5 factions and sects also took a sizable portion of the resources. They had been bullied by the Cloud Soaring School for hundreds of years. This time Luo Zong, Han Qiu, and the others, who had chosen to risk their lives, had made the right bet. It was also this time that led to the beginning of their full rise. After the martial sect, Han Yun School, and Spirit Phoenix Valley had divided up the territories of the War God Palace, another news came out that the 3 forces had formed an alliance. Once this news came out, it was like throwing a heavy stone into the deep water, instantly raising a huge wave. These days, the other forces, who were already anxious, sensed the threat from the martial sect, Han Yun School, and Spirit Phoenix Valley. People in the Midland felt that an unstoppable force was accumulating power. I didn't think that the 3 forces would form an alliance. What a frightening ambition! In fact, it's normal. The War God Palace has been destroyed. Those forces under its control will definitely cause chaos in the Midland. In order to avoid chaos in the Midland, the martial sect will definitely try to suppress them. I don't think they can control the situation by themselves. Therefore, the best way is to form an alliance and replace the War God Palace. They will probably surpass the War God Palace. Maybe, if we exclude the ancient holy clans. As the news about the alliance of the martial sect spread like wildfire, the situation in the Midland changed dramatically. The situation in the Midland changed again. Just like the ranking on the excellence list, it once again affected the hearts of countless people. Without a doubt, once the alliance was formed, the martial sect would definitely surpass the War God Palace and the Great Emperor Palace, and become a new giant in the Midland. Alliance. How could they come up with this? They defeated the War God Palace, and now they really think of themselves as nobles? In the Holy Thunder Clan, in the luxurious meeting hall, people all had cold looks on their faces. Don't worry, with their abilities, they don't deserve the ambition of ruling the Midland. Just the demon holy body alone is far from being impossible to deal with. I guess they did this because they were worried about the revenge of the primordial holy race. Let's wait and see for now. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it after Master comes out of seclusion. At the mention of the word Lord, everyone's faces were filled with reverence. Above the hall, the old man continued, "When will Lei Kun return?" "I'm not sure yet. I've already sent someone to look for him. Once there's news, they'll report back immediately." Martial Alliance? Isn't this name too random? Xiao Shaowan said with disdain in a courtyard in the northern part of the War God Palace. At the very least, it should be more domineering than War God Palace or Emperor Grand Palace, right? Short-legged, you're right. This is the first time I feel like you're making sense. Mu Feng agreed. Haha, it's just a name. It's fine as long as it's simple. If the name is too domineering, it'll be useless even if it can't be suppressed. Qiu Xingyi said with a smile. Who's the Alliance Master? Yi Yao asked. Do you even need to ask? Mu Feng raised his eyebrows, looking like he understood what she meant. Qiu Xingyi also smiled and shook his head. At this moment, a few figures walked in from outside the door. Hey, our Alliance Master is here. Mu Feng smiled slyly as he walked forward and casually put his hand on Chu Hen's shoulder. What do you say? Boss, can you give me the position of Deputy Alliance Master? I want to be Deputy Alliance Master too. Qiao Shaowan hurriedly added. Chu Hen was speechless. He smiled and said, I'm not the Alliance Master. Stop pretending. This brother has already said it. Mu Feng pointed at Qiu Xingyi. Chu Hen looked at Qiu Xingyi in confusion. The latter stepped forward. Junior brother Chu Hen isn't willing to be the Alliance Master, so Martial Alliance will be jointly managed by Sect Master Xu Yuan, Valley Master Mei Zhang, and our Sect Master Dongfeng. Tisk boring. Mu Feng waved his hand in dissatisfaction. In reality, Dongfeng Hengji, Xu Yuan, and Mei Zhang had looked for Chu Hen many times. However, Chu Hen was really not interested. Moreover, Martial Alliance's initial alliance had yet to take shape. There were many tedious matters that needed to be managed. Chu Hen did not have the leisure to take care of these matters. Of course, although he did not become the Alliance Master, everyone knew that Chu Hen had the absolute right to speak. Whether he took the position or not was entirely up to him. Junior brother Chu Hen were planning to build Martial Alliance's main city on the original location of the God of War Palace. Qiu Xingyi said. Chu Hen nodded. The location of the God of War Palace is a good place. However, all the main cities inside have been turned into ruins. The work in the later stages should be very large. Yes, the original appearance of the God of War Palace must be completely changed. I reckon that Wang Li, Wu Yan, and I will be staying here for a long period of time. If you guys don't want to stay here, why don't you return to the martial sect first? What martial sect? Return to the East region. Mu Feng said quickly. Yes. I wanted to say that too. Qiao Shaowan also quickly agreed. Han Yichuan, Haozi, and Yi Yao also expressed their agreement. I haven't been back for such a long time. I wonder what's the situation in the victorious East region. Looking at everyone who had the same opinion, Chu Hen could not help but have some expectations in his eyes. He glanced at the people around him as if he was looking for someone. She returned to the Spirit Phoenix Valley. Long Xuan said softly. Oh, Chu Hen was startled. She went back this morning. Before she left, she asked me to bid farewell to you on her behalf. She said that she has no plans to return to the 100 Kingdoms region. She will find an opportunity to go back in the future. Chu Hen was not surprised by Huang Fuqing's thoughts. After all, the former homeland no longer belonged to the Sacred Star Empire. Let her be. Chu Hen said softly with a sigh of relief. When do we leave? Qiao Shaowan asked. Do we still have to go to the Hidden Sky City to find the old man West Wind? We came here together. Mu Feng suggested. Of course. Looking at the excited people, Chu Hen shook his head helplessly. Then he said, You guys go to the Hidden Sky City first and wait for me. They were startled. Why, aren't you coming with us? Chu Hen looked out of the hall and said, I will go with her to a place first. When I come back, I will go to the Hidden Sky City to meet you guys. Everyone followed Chu Hen's gaze and looked out of the hall. On the right side corridor of the hall, a slender and tall figure was leaning against a pillar. Her red gem-like eyes were faintly gloomy. How long will you be back? Brother Chu Hen, Yi Yao asked. It won't be long. I will be back soon. Chu Hen rubbed her head and said, although they were in a bad mood, they were not in a hurry. All right, Then let's go find the old man West Wind first. I heard that he accepted a disciple. I don't know if we should bring a greeting gift. Mu Fong rubbed his chin and thought. Forget it. What do you have to show me? Qiao Shaowan said. From what you said, I am indeed quite poor. Then she glanced at Qiu Xingyi and said, Little brother, we helped you destroy the war god palace's lair. Don't tell me that we don't even have a reward? Ha ha. Qiu Xingyi laughed loudly. Yes, yes. What do you need? Just tell me. Before we distribute it, I can let you have it privately. There was no doubt that the war god palace had accumulated a lot of wealth for thousands of years. Divine artifacts, elixirs, spirit stones, martial arts manuals, all kinds of precious treasures were there. Because there were too many resources, there was no time to distribute them. Otherwise, the demon territory and the ancestral butterfly clan would not have no reward after helping them so much. Brother, you are so straightforward. Mu Fong was not polite at all. He put his hand on Qiu Xingyi's shoulder and said, Let's go. Take us to your treasure vault. I want to go too. Me too. Yi Yao and Qiao Shaowan also did not stand on ceremony. Both. Qiu Xingyi smiled. Amidst the noise, everyone surrounded Qiu Xingyi and walked outside. Chu Hen didn't walk with the rest of them. Instead, he walked to Mo Qing Li's side. After all, they had never crossed paths before. So, Mo Qing Li did not fit in with the others. She quietly leaned against the luxurious palace pillar. The soft sunlight sprinkled on her snow-white skin, giving her a faint sense of transparency. Mo Qing Li's facial features were very delicate. Her face was very small, and coupled with her unique temperament, she gave people the feeling of an exquisite ice sculpture. Let's go. Chu Hen said gently. She raised her head slightly and stared at Chu Hen with her red eyes. You really want to go back with me? Is there a problem? Chu Hen asked. Didn't I promise you back in Qing Chu Yuan? What if? Mo Qing Li paused and stared at him seriously. There is danger? Chapter 1503. Qian, the latest chapter of Divine King Wu Ji. Swoosh, towering mountains and precipitous ridges. At the moment, Chu Hen and Mo Qing Li had already left the territory of the war god palace. They had crossed more than half of the midland and were heading west. The two of them moved quickly through the forest, heading west according to their planned route. However, Mo Qing Li seemed to have something on her mind along the way. She landed slightly behind Chu Hen. Looking at his slim and determined back, Mo Qing Li slightly pursed her red lips, her eyes showing some indescribable complexity. You really want to go back with me? This was what Mo Qing Li asked in the war god palace. She couldn't help but think of that time. Is there a problem? Didn't I promise you when we were in Qingchu Plain? What if there's danger? I know. Chu Hen's answer was calm and relaxed. Why would you? If you could go back so easily, you wouldn't have to go back to Qingchu Plain. Although Mo Qing Li had never revealed her identity and details, the two of them had been together for a long time. Chu Hen could clearly sense the slight instability in the other party's emotions. Moreover, at the beginning, she was sealed in the remote and uninhabited Demon Beast Mountain Range in the 100 Kingdoms province. If she had left her clan normally, she would never have been sealed there. Since you know there's danger, you still dare to go back with me? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm going back with you to give you some courage. If worst comes to worst, I'll just run away. Then remember, if there's danger, run as fast as you can. Don't worry about me. Not a bad suggestion. Facing Ling's face was a cool breeze. Looking at the young figure walking in front of her, Mo Qing Li's expression was a little dazed. Seems like we're almost there. Is that the Maple Wing Sky Valley you mentioned before? Chu Hen's gentle voice came from in front of her. Mo Qing Li paused. Her thoughts stopped, and she looked forward with her red eyes. In the depths of the dragon-like mountain range, a forest of maple trees was like a vast and boundless red ocean. They were different from ordinary maple trees. Looking from afar, the maple trees growing there were exceptionally tall and sturdy. The tallest tree was actually 200 to 300 meters tall, which was especially spectacular. The lush leaves covered the sky like countless opened umbrellas, blocking out the sky. Mo Ching Li nodded her head, her expression solemn. The Maple Wing Sky Valley covered a vast area and was located on the edge of the Midland, almost at the border between the Midland and the Western Domain. It was surrounded by steep and lofty mountains and valleys. Almost no one set foot in it. Not only were there no traces of humans, but there were also very few large, demonic beasts that lived here. The reason was very simple. It was because one of the most powerful demon clans in the world lived here, the Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan. The Sacred Winged Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan was extremely powerful. They were even as famous as the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. However, the Sacred Winged Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan had long since left the demon region and formed their own clan. As a result, they rarely appeared in the outside world. Let's go. The target in the air is too obvious, Mo Ching Li said. Chu Hen slightly raised his handsome eyebrows. As expected, we can't go home openly. If you go back now, it's still not too late. We'll see. I don't want to run now. Then, the two of them moved, one on the left and the other on the right, turning into two streaks of afterimages as they rushed into the fiery red maple forest. The cold and quiet hall was filled with a frightening majesty. I've received news that the target has left the Midland 10 days ago. Oh? Where did he go? The Maple Wing Sky Valley. The Maple Wing Sky Valley seems to be the territory of the Sacred Winged Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan. That's right. But as far as I know, many years ago, a very serious civil war broke out among the demon clans. The current leader overthrew the old emperor. I see. Continue to keep an eye on the target. Since he dares to leave the Midland so boldly, we can't let his kindness down. Yes. A cold laughter resounded in the hall. Under the dim light, a pair of cold eyes shone like sharp blades. The fiery red maple forest covered the sky and the sun. As Chu Hen and Mo Ching Li went deeper and deeper, the surrounding environment became more and more quiet. The two of them slowed down. Swoosh! Following that, Mo Ching Li was the first to land on a sturdy branch and stop in her tracks. Chu Hen also stopped beside her. What's wrong? We can't go any further. There's a protective barrier. Oh? Chu Hen paused. He sensed the rhythm of the surrounding air, but didn't notice anything unusual. In the next moment, Chu Hen's mind focused. He gently closed his eyes and then lifted his eyelids. Wang. Along with a bizarre spatial movement, his deep and pitch-black pupils immediately turned into a bewitching purple color. Then, the space in front of him turned dreamy. About 100 meters in front of him, there was a thin, dark light screen, which looked like a huge screen, sealing off a large area of the forest. What a secret barrier! Chu Hen was secretly shocked. From the surface, he couldn't even feel the slightest vibration of power. If he didn't have a pair of demonic eyes, he definitely wouldn't be able to notice the existence of the barrier. Yes, this is the highest level of protection in our clan. Except for the clansmen inside, outsiders can't sense it at all. Do you know how to open the barrier? Chu Hen asked. Yes, but I haven't been back for a long time. If the way to open the barrier has changed, it will directly alarm the people inside. Mo Ching Li's tone was a bit serious. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and said, Then what should we do? Otherwise, if I accidentally break in as an adventurer, you can hide in my Zhan Yuan Purple Palace like before. I will take you in. No, that's too risky. Mo Ching Li immediately rejected. Then do you have another way? Yes. Mo Ching Li nodded, but her eyes revealed a bit of hesitation. After a moment of hesitation, she jumped down and landed on the ground. Then, a few red vortexes emerged from her body. Under Chu Hen's surprised gaze, the vortexes slowly rotated next to her feet and then turned into a small talisman array with a diameter of 2 meters. "What are you doing?" Chu Hen also landed on the ground and looked at her with a puzzled expression. "I hope it's still useful." As Emo Qingli spoke, she raised her wrist. Whoosh! Qi runes appeared and a simple red jade appeared in her palm. Then, Emo Qing Li's red lips moved slightly as she mumbled something. The beautiful red jade was actually swaying with a faint, soft light, like ripples on the surface of the water, spreading outwards in circles. At the same time, the talisman array under her feet also emitted bursts of light, and an illusory wall of light appeared at the edge of the array. As soon as the fluctuations of power emanating from the red jade came into contact with the light wall, they were immediately repelled. Seeing this scene, Chu Hen could not help but reveal a solemn expression on his face. Too cautious. What was the reason? That was why Emo Qingli was so careful and didn't dare to transmit even the slightest bit of energy. However, at this moment, there was a slight sound of air currents coming from behind the forest. Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. Looking back, through the detection of his demon eyes, he saw a figure rushing through the enchantment array. Someone's coming. At the same time, Emo Qing Li's jade-like hand grasped the red jade. Yes. Seeing that Emo Qing Li's expression didn't change much, Chu Hen understood that the other party wasn't an enemy. With a thought, the purple light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Very quickly, the person arrived in front of him. The other party was wearing a bright silver light armor. He looked to be around 30 years old and had a heroic aura. Between his brows, there was a sense of caution. When he saw Emo Qing Li standing next to Chu Hen, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Then, under Chu Hen's surprised gaze, the person excitedly walked in front of Emo Qing Li and knelt on one knee. Subordinate Qi Shou greets the princess. Today there are 2 chapters. Chapter 1504. Subordinate Qi Shou greets Your Highness. Your Highness? Chu Hen was clearly stunned when he heard how the newcomer addressed Emo Qing Li. He was a little surprised as he looked at her exquisite and beautiful face. Does this mean that Emo Qing Li is the daughter of the sacred winged Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan's emperor? Even though Chu Hen had guessed that Emo Qing Li's status in the Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan was not low, he did not expect it to be so noble. Brother Qi, please rise. There's no need for such formalities. Emo Qing Li hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Qi Shou rose as well, his eyes filled with emotion. Your Highness, you're finally back. I have to thank you, Brother Qi. If you hadn't sealed me in the eastern region, I would have been killed. Alas, Qi Shou sighed. Back then, I had no choice but to resort to such a method. I hope your Highness can forgive me. I know that Brother Qi intended to help me. Otherwise, you would not have left a gap in the seal and given me a chance to escape. Emo Qing Li's tone was filled with gratitude. Qi Shou shook his head and sighed. He then looked at Chu Hen and said, I have yet to ask this little brother. This junior is Chu Hen. It's her, a friend of your Highness. Chu Hen replied. Qi Shou nodded. I am Qi Shou, the commander of the Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan. Qi Shou did not ask too much about Chu Hen's identity and background. He knew very well that, since Emo Qing Li had brought Chu Hen here, she was absolutely trustworthy. Where is my father? Emo Qing Li bit her lip and asked anxiously, Your Highness, don't worry. The Emperor is still alive. Emo Qing Li immediately relaxed when she heard this. Then where is he? Qi Shou looked up and said in a low voice, After Mingmia usurped the throne, he did not kill the Emperor. Instead, he locked him in the Wailing Abyss. Wailing Abyss! Emo Qing Li's eyes were filled with coldness as she clenched her fists. That damned bastard! How dare he treat my father like this? Qi Shou also sighed softly. Back then, when Lord Clan Emperor was caught off guard, He severely injured him and sealed him. Otherwise, the entire clan wouldn't have fallen under his control. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Chu Hen's doubts were resolved and sorted out. It turned out that the current ruler of the Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow race, was not Mo Qing Li's father. Today, the person in power had overthrown the previous clan emperor and imprisoned him in prison. It was because of the internal strife that Mo Qing Li was forced to flee the valley. This strategist commander, Qi Shou, had been ordered to kill her. On the surface, Qi Shou had submitted to the new Wang Mingmia, but in reality he was still loyal to his old master. In order to save Mo Qing Li's life, he didn't kill her. Instead, he sealed her in the 100 Kingdoms province, which was located at the edge of the eastern domain, far away from the Midland, using the hole that Qi Shou purposely left in the seal. Mo Qing Li finally found a chance to escape. Coincidentally, he met Chu Hen that day. The confusion that had always existed in his heart was finally dispelled. He didn't expect Mo Qing Li's life to be so rough. No wonder he didn't dare to come back rashly. "Can I see father?" Mo Qing Li suddenly asked. Chu Hen was startled and looked at the other party in astonishment. If that was the case, it would be difficult for her to move even a single step inside. However, Qi Shou hesitated for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "You can only go in as me." "Yes," Mo Qing Li agreed. Then, under Chu Hen's surprised gaze, Mo Qing Li took 2 steps back. Then, her beautiful eyes narrowed. Buzz! A colorful circle of light flowed out of her body. The circle of light surrounded her like a dreamy whirlpool, then enveloped her. Hua! Quickly after, a circle of scattered light rippled out. Chu Hen's heart went blank, only to see 2 Qi Shou that looked almost exactly the same standing in front of him. "You!" "The transformation technique my father taught me." The transformed Mo Qing Li replied in the same voice as Qi Shou. Qi Shou nodded in approval. "As expected of the princess. Even your aura is the same. How to enter the barrier?" "It's the same as before," Qi Shou replied. "Humph, looks like Feng Mia is very confident. He's not worried that I'll return at all. Although the barrier hasn't changed, the Wailing Abyss is heavily guarded. You need my token to enter." As he spoke, Qi Shou took out a palm-sized golden token. The token flickered with a beautiful light. It was engraved with exquisite patterns and a picture of a sacred sparrow. It was obvious that it was a token of a high status. Mo Qing Li took the token, then turned to look at Chu Hen. "Wait for me here with Brother Qi. If I don't return by tomorrow morning, leave this place." Chu Hen nodded slightly. "Be careful." "Yes." With that, Mo Qing Li left in the direction Qi Shou had come from. When she passed by the barrier, she paused for a moment. Then, she formed a few seals with her 10 fingers. A thin layer of light faintly appeared in the air. Mo Qing Li passed through it as if she had passed through a water curtain. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. The dusky night sky was like the hand of a nightmare that extended to every corner of the world. As he watched Mo Qing Li's figure disappear into the depths of the forest, Chu Hen's eyes faintly revealed a hint of solemnity. "Will I be discovered?" Chu Hen asked in a low voice. Qi Shou smiled. "When you were very young, Your Highness often used this transformation technique to pretend to be the Emperor to tease me. At the beginning, I could still distinguish the real from the fake, but later on, even I couldn't see any flaws. With Your Highness's intelligence, as long as you don't meet Mingmia, you definitely won't be discovered." Hearing this, Chu Hen relaxed slightly. Woo! The cold wind was like the roar of a ghost. Relying on the transformation technique to disguise herself and her familiarity with the environment of the clan, Mo Qing Li arrived unimpeded in a vast and enormous valley. Around the valley, there were cliffs and precipitous cliffs. In the depths of the valley, there was a pitch-black tunnel entrance. like the mouth of a giant beast from the abyss. There was a faint, strange, and shrill roar coming from the depths of the tunnel entrance. Who dares to trespass the forbidden area? At this moment, a cold, reprimanding voice came from the entrance of the valley. 7 or 8 figures, wielding cold spears and wearing imposing heavy armor, blocked the person who came. So it's Lord Chi Shou. The eyes of the middle-aged man in black armor brightened. He hurriedly stepped forward with a flattering smile. May I know why Lord Chi Shou has come here in the middle of the night? Chi Shou raised his cold eyebrows and replied indifferently, This commander needs to go down. Oh, Lord Chi Shou is also going to the Wailing Abyss? Why? Is there a problem? Lord Chi Shou, the Wailing Abyss is a forbidden area of our clan. Anyone who wants to enter must obtain the permission of the clan emperor. Humph. Do you think I would disturb the clan emperor for such a trivial matter? The guard revealed a difficult expression. After hesitating for a moment, he continued to ask, May I know why Lord Chi Shou is going down? There's no harm in telling you. I want to find Huang Tsang and ask for the whereabouts of the Great Demon Slaughter record, so that I can offer it to the clan emperor. The eyes of all the guards lit up when they heard the words Great Demon Slaughter record. Lord Chi Shou knows where our clan's supreme scripture is. I've already found some clues. I plan to get some information out of Huang Tsang's mouth. If I can find the Great Demon Slaughter record, no matter if it's to you or to me, it'll be a great merit. So, before this, I can't let the clan emperor know. At that time, I'll give him a surprise. I see. As expected of Lord Chi Shou, you're really considerate. Can you let me go down now? Of course. However, if Lord Chi Shou is able to find the Great Demon Slaughter record, I hope you can put in a good word for us brothers in front of the clan emperor. Of course. If I succeed, I'll definitely give all of you a share of the credit. Thank you, Lord Chi Shou. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard beamed with joy, and the flattery on his face became even stronger. Quickly move aside and escort Lord Chi Shou down. There's no need for that. I'll go in alone. All of you stand guard here, and don't let any outsiders in. Understood. After that, Chi Shou's figure flashed into the ravine. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, he passed through the depths of the ravine and arrived at the bottom of the passageway. He welcomed the bone-piercingly cold wind as he leaped into the abyss. Darkness filled every corner of the abyss. The bottom of the abyss seemed to be connected to the legendary hell. The air was filled with the cries of evil spirits, and it caused one's scalp to go numb. There was no daylight here. The Yin energy was extremely dense. To the saint-winged, heavenly flame sparrows that innately loved light and heat, staying here for even a second longer was uncomfortable. At this moment, there was a faint, low glow faintly swaying below. On both sides of the precipitous abyss, there were over a dozen huge iron chains. For example, the horizontal river chain. The iron chains were connected to a floating platform in the middle. On the platform, there was a cage that was nearly 100 meters wide. From afar, the cage was burning with a layer of gray cold flames that plundered the heat in the air. Swoosh! Chi Shou jumped down and lightly landed on the platform. His eyes were filled with difficulty as he looked at the surroundings. Then, a deep but majestic figure appeared. Has Ali returned? Chapter 1505. Has Ali returned? The deep voice was like an invisible wave spreading across the abyss with an indescribable grandeur. Chi Shou, who was standing outside the cage, trembled. He hurriedly walked up the steps in front of him and hurriedly walked towards the cage in the center of the platform. Father, it really is Ali. The gentle tone carried an innate majesty of an emperor. A stalwart and domineering man sat upright in the cage. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His eyebrows reached his temples, mixed with some white hair. Even so, he did not look old at all. His hands and legs were wrapped in dark, cold chains. Even though he was in the state of a prisoner, The invisible, domineering aura of a ruler was still unmistakable. "Father!" Emo Ching Li cried out in shock, at the same time changing back to her original appearance. "I'll get you out now." With that, Emo Ching Li was about to rush forward. But before she could get close to the cage, there was a buzzing sound, and the gray flame attached to the bars of the cage suddenly became incomparably strong. The cold flame rose up, blocking in front of Emo Ching Li like a ghost guard. "Don't come over. With your cultivation, you can't break the seal personally set by annihilation, damned annihilation." Emo Ching Li gritted her teeth, her jade-like hands clenched into fists, her knuckles faintly turning white. Looking at the once high and mighty emperor, now reduced to a prisoner, Emo Ching Li's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Father, you've suffered. I'm already very happy to be able to see you again. I heard from Chi Shou that you were sealed at the border of the eastern region." Emo Ching Li replied, "With Chi Shou's cultivation, even if he left a gap in the seal for you, you wouldn't be able to escape unscathed, right? Father's prediction is indeed accurate." Emo Ching Li nodded slightly, her ruby-red eyes faintly showing a hint of gentleness. "After breaking the seal, I met someone." The sky gradually warmed, and the soft light of dawn shone through the thick clouds onto the ground. The beautiful light shone through the branches into the maple forest, expelling the coldness and darkness in the forest. "It's daybreak." Within the forest, Chu Hen muttered in a low voice. His gaze followed the direction that Emo Ching Li had left yesterday. According to the other party, if she wasn't back by daybreak, there was no need to wait any longer. However, Chu Hen had no intention of leaving. "Looks like it's a very important person," Chi Shou suddenly said. "Huh." Chu Hen was startled. The other party smiled. "You're someone Her Highness values very much. I know her very well. I've watched her grow up." Chu Hen didn't know how to answer. "Our princess doesn't have a good temper, does she?" Chi Shou chatted with Chu Hen a little like an elder brother. Chu Hen pondered for a moment and then shook his head. "It's all right. I don't think there's anything wrong with it." "Why?" Chi Shou laughed heartily. "She didn't show it in front of you. Her Royal Highness is very stubborn. Other than His Majesty Huang Tsang, who can control her, no one can do anything to her. But she is very kind. If she does something wrong in the future, it is definitely not her intention. I hope that little brother can forgive her." Hearing the other party's words, Chu Hen couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Why did it feel a little strange? It was as if an elder was advising him. Chi Shou only smiled when he saw Chu Hen's slightly embarrassed expression. "She's back," Chi Shou said. Chu Hen raised his brows and looked to the side. He saw another Chi Shou walking over from the depths of the forest. "Your Highness." Chi Shou hurriedly went forward. Chu Hen also walked forward. "How was it? Did you see your father?" The other party nodded, but his expression wasn't very good. "What did the Emperor say to you?" Chi Shou asked. The other party didn't answer. He just looked at Chu Hen and gritted his teeth, a gloomy expression on his face. "What happened? Is there a way to save him?" Chu Hen asked again. "Let's go. Go." Chu Hen was stunned. Chi Shou couldn't help but frown. The relaxed expression on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced with seriousness. "Yes, let's go back." The other party nodded affirmatively, then turned to Chi Shou and said, "Big brother Chi, I'll leave father to you. I'll contact you in the future." Chi Shou agreed solemnly. "Don't worry. As long as Ming Mie doesn't get the great demon slaughter record, he won't kill the Emperor. You be careful. I know what I'm doing." Chi Shou then looked at Chu Hen. "Little brother, please take care of Her Highness." Chu Hen cupped his fists. "I will." Chi Shou revealed a look of approval and gratitude. "Leave before the guards come out to patrol." "Farewell." Outside Maple Wing Sky Valley, Emo Ching Li, who had already returned to her original form, didn't say a word. She looked like she had a lot on her mind. It seemed that after meeting her father, she didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, she became even more gloomy. "What's wrong?" Chu Hen blocked her way and asked in a low voice. "Nothing. You're making me very uncomfortable. If you want to save your father, I can help. Even if the two of us can't do it, we can ask Sect Master Dongfang and Sect Master Shu Yuan for help," Duan Lingtian said. Chu Hen looked straight into his eyes and explained to him. However, Mo Qingli chose to avoid Chu Hen's gaze. "It's no use. It's not as you think. Don't worry about me." As she finished speaking, Mo Qingli walked past her and continued on her own. Chu Hen didn't understand. She seemed unwilling to tell him something. "Are you sure you want to go back like this?" I said, "You don't have to worry about this." Mo Qingli's back was facing Chu Hen. She paused, then continued. "I will think of a way to deal with my father. You should go back to the Midland. Aren't you going to the Eastern region?" With that, she was about to leave. Chu Hen couldn't help but feel helpless. I said. Before he could finish, Chu Hen's expression suddenly changed. "Be careful!" Boom! Not waiting for Chu Hen to catch up to the other party, the ground suddenly collapsed and the faults overlapped. Together, with a violent and terrifying power that was like a mountain torrent, the ground between the two instantly exploded inch by inch. Boom! Bang! Beams of red light shot up into the sky like magma rising from the Earth's core. Wherever they went, space was overturned and mountains and rivers were crushed. Chu Hen and Mo Qingli were both shocked. Mighty and ferocious shock waves blasted the two of them away, one to the south and one to the north. Hua! Immediately afterward, an enormous pressure shrouded them, accompanied by a layer of extremely dense domain power. "Heaven step, great Saint King!" Chu Hen's face darkened. "Ha, we meet again!" A mocking voice filled with ridicule sounded out. In the next second, 3 gloomy figures with extraordinary auras suddenly appeared in the sky. Especially the leader, his aura was especially strong. "It's you!" Chu Hen's pupils slightly shrank as he coldly stared at the leader. The leader was none other than Hua Wen from the primitive Holy Clan. Storms gathered and cyclones roared. The shock waves between the heavens and the earth were like a huge whirlpool that began to erode and sweep through the surrounding jungle. The 3 people led by Hua Wen looked down at Chu Hen with disdain. The corners of their mouths curved in a mocking way. "I've already reminded you before. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. We will meet again, someday. It seems like you didn't take my words to heart." The corners of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. "Humph! So the Great Desolation Clan, one of the 10 strongest divine clans, is also the same kind of trash as the War God Palace. You can curse a few more times. The greater your anger before death, the greater your despair." A cold light flickered in Chu Hen's eyes as he felt the powerful pressure sweeping toward him. He glanced at Mo Qingli and said in a low voice, "You go first." Mo Qingli's expression changed, and she clenched her fists. "No, their target is me. You should go first." Chu Hen's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. You're right." Hua Wen crossed his arms in front of him, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. "Our target is indeed you. However, this little holy vermilion bird needs to run faster. After we get rid of you, I'm also going to kill her. Ha ha." He laughed wildly as if he was looking at a bird in a cage. "Let's go." Chu Hen yelled at Mo Qingli. Then he dashed in the opposite direction at an explosive speed. Hua Wen sneered. "If you still manage to escape, the name of the primitive Holy Clan will be written upside down. Stop him." Yes. The moment he finished speaking, the 2 people behind him leaped into the air. Buzz! A powerful wave of air spread through the forest. The two people stood in the east and west respectively and slammed their palms into the ground at the same time. Heaven and earth sealing technique. Bang. Boom. In an instant, for huge black light, curtains rushed out of the ground and sealed off the forest within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The solidified light screen formed a magnificent black cube between heaven and earth. However, this powerful barrier had purposely isolated Mo, Qingli, from the outside world. Hee, it's time to test your camaraderie. It's up to you whether you want to watch him die or run away first. Hua Wen was like a cat toying with Haozi. He enjoyed the feeling of toying with Mo Qingli in the palm of his hand. Mo Qingli was both shocked and anxious. She repeatedly unleashed powerful attacks at the blacklight curtains, but the impact was like a clay ox entering the sea. The curtains only trembled a little, unable to penetrate them at all. Save your strength. You won't be able to break it even if I give you a day. Hua Wen smiled calmly. At the same time, Chu Hen's entire body was swaying with strands of manic lightning light. The two of you have trapped me with a barrier. It looks like you plan to fight me alone. Chu Hen, who had gradually calmed down, revealed a profound look in his eyes. So, Hua Wen raised his eyebrows. So, if you fight me alone, you won't even know how you died. Whoosh! Rapid waves of air trembled and reverberated in all directions. The instant his voice faded, Chu Hen's eyes lifted. His deep and serene pupils astonishingly erupted with a demonic purple light. In an instant, an invisible spatial rhythm swept out. The corner of Hua Wen's eyes shrank. He suddenly felt his divine sense blur. Chi! In the next instant, frost filled the sky and lightning crisscrossed. In just an instant, Chu Hen suddenly disappeared on the spot, accompanied by an extremely violent thunderous momentum. A fierce figure with the eyes of a demon god appeared behind Zhonghua when in the sky. Chapter 1506. If you're alone, you won't even know how you died. As soon as his voice fell, a sharp wave of air trembled and rumbled, along with thousands of brilliant lightning rays crisscrossing. The incomparably manic momentum above the void was like the cry of thousands of thunderbirds. Chi! A cold glint flickered within his bewitching and demonic purple pupils. Like a phantom, Chu Hen appeared behind Hua Wen. Streaks of swift and fierce lightning streaked across his palm as he launched a fatal thrust straight towards Hua Wen's back. Clang! The sky shook as lightning rays illuminated the sky. Thousands of lightning rays exploded. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed as he saw a palm that was as powerful as an eagle's claw directly intercept Chu Hen's wrist. The lightning power that rapidly penetrated the attack hit the air. You're underestimating me. Hua Wen, too much if you want to play this kind of trick in my domain. The corners of Hua Wen's mouth drew back, suffused with a cold sneer. Do you really think you're invincible after defeating Duansong? Those who died in my hands before are as proud as you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple light in Chu Hen's eyes flourished. Following that, another kind of dark green lightning rays bloomed on his other arm. Chi! The different colored lightning rays immediately intertwined and covered Chu Hen's arm, transforming into a peerlessly sharp palm blade. Along with the rapid sound of the air being cut, the lightning palm blade dragged out a string of arcs as it slashed horizontally towards the opponent's head. Hua Wen coldly smiled. At the same instant that the palm blade was about to touch his body, with a swoosh, an afterimage swayed in the air, and the opponent astonishingly disappeared. So fast! Chu Hen's expression changed. However, in the next moment, a fierce and rapid aura swept towards him from behind like a storm. Naive people are often ridiculously stupid. Chu Hen was shocked and hurriedly turned his head. Buzz! A violent heavy punch with the power to break thousands of kilograms fell down. In a moment of panic, Chu Hen immediately crossed his arms in front of his body to block. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound reverberated in the air, and a circle of red light mixed with gorgeous thunder patterns blossomed. The powerful fist energy contained the power of a mountain. Chu Hen felt his arms go numb, and his body trembled violently. Suddenly he was sent flying downwards. Too weak, Hua Wen sneered disdainfully. After that, strands of powerful and domineering bloody steam rose from his body, and the aura he emanated increased exponentially. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to contain a primordial explosive power that could destroy the world. Hua Wen's brows raised slightly as he watched Chu Hen descend swiftly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. It's hard to believe that Duansong would actually lose to someone as weak as you. Buzz buzz! Along with the sound of his voice, countless condensed bloody steam rapidly gathered on Hua Wen's arm. In the next second, Hua Wen's entire arm seemed to have been soaked in the magma of the Earth's core, and it was as red as a soldering iron. With him as the center, the surrounding space violently distorted. Exploding heavens flow, Hua Wen shouted coldly. Following that, he blasted out a punch. Buzz. The vast airflow between heaven and earth was instantly penetrated, and a primordial fist pillar that was like the Milky Way pierced through the sky. It swept up an incomparably violent and destructive aura as it smashed down towards Chu Hen below. This fist pillar was enough to penetrate mountains and rivers. Wherever the terrifying pressure went, the space was torn apart inch by inch. While moving downwards, Chu Hen's eyes darkened. Facing the majestic momentum that was pouring down, the 7 black dots in the depths of his eyes chased and rotated. Whoosh! A sharp sound spread out in the air, and an invisible sharp light spread out in all directions. In an instant, dozens of identical purple light shields appeared in midair. These light shields rapidly moved and quickly arranged into a huge triangular shadow blade. The sharp tip flew up like a giant eagle that pierced through the sky. It dragged out a vast cyclone and tore through space to meet the descending primordial fist pillar. Boom! Clang! As soon as the purple triangular shadow blade and the red primordial fist pillar collided, heaven and earth shook. It was as if a meteorite from the 9th heaven had collided with an Aurora shuttle. A chaotic shockwave that could overturn the earth completely exploded in midair. The fierce fist energy and the sharp shadow blade intertwined and tore apart each other. The light pierced through the sky, and the earth collapsed. The ground beneath them cracked open rapidly, and the lush vegetation in the forest was crushed into powder. Chi. Following the aftershock, Chu Hen quickly landed on the ground. His body leaned forward slightly, and at the same time he stabilized his balance, and at the same time both his feet dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters. Humph. Chu Hen's eyes were cold, and his pair of demonic eyes were filled with caution. As one of the 10 strongest sacred physiques, no matter what, he had to be respected, especially since Hua Wen's strength was far beyond Duansong's. Boom! In the next moment, the incomparably chaotic shockwave in the sky directly pierced through a huge gap, and a powerful figure that was wrapped in blood-red steam rushed down with a violent momentum. Chu Hen's complexion slightly changed. He hurriedly retreated. Bang! The earth collapsed and rocks exploded. Countless large and small rocks directly broke free from gravity and flew up like a swarm of locusts. A mighty cyclone covered the sky and covered the earth. Amidst the flying rocks, Hua Wen was like a ferocious and cruel beast, exploding with extremely fatal attacks and movement speed. Swish! The distance between the two instantly disappeared, and Hua Wen caught up to Chu Hen as if he had teleported, and his fatal attack was aimed at the other's vital points. Relying on the observation of the power of the demonic eyes, Chu Hen also made a series of precautions. The two collided and constantly blasted the ground of the forest. At the same time, Mo Qingli was still constantly attacking the barrier in front of him from the outside. However, this universe-sealing technique was set up by combining the power of two great Saint King realm experts. Every inch of the light curtain was as solid as gold. No matter how Mo Qingli attacked, this black square space barrier that covered dozens of miles of the forest was as stable as a mountain and did not move. Anxiety. It covered Mo Qingli's entire face. Other than watching, there seemed to be no other way. And the other two people in the black square space barrier seemed to have no interest in Mo Qingli at the moment. They only maintained the universe-sealing technique barrier and had no intention of attacking Mo Qingli at all. Their mission was to absolutely not give Chu Hen any chance to escape. Obviously, the Chaos Holy Clan's goal this time was only to kill Chu Hen. It was enough as long as he killed the other party. As for the others, their attitude was more or less indifferent. However, even if the other two people did not directly attack, the pressure of three great Saint King realm experts was still there. The huge pressure of the three domains could not be ignored. The Chaos Holy Body had the strongest explosive power among the 10 strongest blood meridians, and in a head-on collision of power, Chu Hen was more or less at a disadvantage. Even if Demon I could predict Hua Wen's attack in advance, but the gap in cultivation level was not enough for Chu Hen to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Under the storm-like, fierce attacks, Chu Hen gradually showed that he was straining a bit. Bang! The ferocious red fist energy and the sharp purple palm energy collided head-on. A shock wave spread out in all directions and split the ground and forest. As the purple electric light was shattered, Chu Hen's figure retreated again. You can't hold on anymore? That's really a pity. Hua Wen's mouth curled into a sneer. Following that, a strong, cold, and vicious aura burst out from his eyes, and a monstrous, majestic aura rose behind him. He immediately jumped up, and like a flood that broke through a dam, surged out violently. Disappear! The cold laughter sent chills down one's spine. However, at this moment, a loud bang rang out. Along with the flying rocks, a huge purple fiend god's hand stretched out from the ground. The soaring aura was like the claw of a giant demon, pouncing towards Huawin. The latter's expression changed slightly. He repeatedly exploded with the power of chaos to meet the attack head-on. Bang! The chaotic shockwave was comparable to an exploding flood, and the wantonly released aftershocks intertwined, crushing the entire forest inside the barrier. The peerless purple claw was like an absolute defense, completely crushing Hua Wen's attack. Chi! At the same time that Hua Wen retreated, Chu Hen's demonic and charming demonic god eyes emitted an extremely strong spatial fluctuation. Rumble! The ground beneath him completely exploded, and a heavy and vast aura soared into the sky. Behind Chu Hen, countless purple whirlpools of light rapidly intertwined and intertwined. Then, a giant warrior covered in heavy armor appeared in front of Hua Wen and the other two. He looked like a demon god. Endless purple light covered his entire body, and the world lost its color. A vast and mighty wave of qi revolved around Chu Hen. His cold eyes stared at his opponent like a sharp blade. 7-star demon eye. Destruction demon spirit. Chapter 1507. 7-star demon eyes. Demon spirit of destruction. Rumble. The ground cracked and cracked. A purple-colored whirlpool of light soared into the sky, and a boundless and terrifying aura swept out. A huge demon spirit that was 100 feet deep appeared behind Chu Hen, as if it was a war god. Buzz! A powerful aura shook the heavens and the earth, and a cold wind blew. Once the demon spirit of destruction appeared, the entire space within the boundary immediately became uneasy. Mo Qingli, who was blocked outside the boundary, also had a change of expression. Chu Hen was forced to use this move so quickly. Hua Wen was so powerful. Hua! Mighty airwaves covered the sky and the earth, spreading out in all directions. Hua Wen sneered as he looked at the huge demon spirit behind Chu Hen that was emitting an endless aura of destruction. I was waiting for this move of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua clapped his hands together and strange black secret scriptures appeared all over his body, along with the power that rose into the sky. Rumble. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless streams of violent magma flowed through the earth and shot into the sky. The blood-red light beam enveloped Chu Hen's surroundings like a storm of rock pillars. Then, with the demon spirit of destruction as the center, a mysterious talisman array that was more than 1,000 meters in diameter flickered on the ground beneath it. The black formation pattern was like a large, irregular net that had been spread out among the cracks and walls on the ground. Chu Hen's heart was startled. He had a bad feeling about this. Heaven and earth sealing techniques, second stage. Giant demon seal. Seal. Following Huawei's cold shout, his palms slapped the ground in front of him. Buzz, an astonishing spatial rhythm held out as the 1,000-meter-wide black rune net beneath the nirvanic demon spirit rapidly tightened. Thousands of complicated talisman runes quickly swam towards the demon spirit of destruction's huge body. They were like ancient and mysterious dark chains shuttling around its body. The purple light emitted by the demon spirit of destruction quickly dimmed. Chu Hen's expression changed. He suddenly realized that the black, square-shaped spirit formation was not only there to prevent him from escaping, and to seal the power of the Nirvana demon spirit. Whoosh! Without any time or opportunity to react, countless black runes wrapped around the Nirvana demon spirit's shoulders. Woo! At the same time, a sharp demonic howl came from above. An illusory red demonic figure spread its arms and extended its sharp claws, grabbing the Nirvana demon spirit's shoulder from behind. The hook-like claws pierced deep into the demon spirit's body. Buzz. In an instant, the monstrous aura emitted by the Nirvana demon spirit was suppressed to the bottom. He was like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to move. Good move! Chu Hen shouted coldly, and the space between his brows was filled with seriousness. Huh. Huawei smirked. You're a 7-star demon pupil sacred physique after all. I'm willing to give you the respect you deserve. Shock. The desolate sacred clan's method caused Chu Hen and Mo Qingli outside the spirit formation to tremble in fear. Even though Hua had been showing disdain towards Chu Hen from the very beginning, Wen's eyes were filled with disdain. But in reality, he had never underestimated Chu Hen's strength. Universe sealing technique. The two great Saint King realm powerhouses didn't even pay attention to Mo Qingli and joined forces to lay down this powerful barrier. On the surface, it seemed to be to prevent Chu Hen from escaping. But in reality, it was to coordinate with Hua when to instantly release the second layer of the universe seal. The Nirvana demon spirit that Chu Hen summoned with the power of the 7-star demon pupils did not even have the chance to unleash its power before it was directly imprisoned. The ultimate killing move that he used to defeat Duansong was instantly rendered useless. Why were the 10 strongest sacred clans known as the strongest? It was not only because of their innate super bloodline, but also because of their flawless layout. In order to ensure that he could kill Chu Hen, Hua Wen could be said to have calculated his opponent's every move. Your current expression is exactly what I want to see. After losing the power of the demon pupils, how can you block my desolate force? In Hua Wen's eyes, Chu Hen was already a corpse. There was no chance of turning the situation around at all. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and the purple light around his body swayed. Don't be happy too early, is that so? Hua Wen's lips curled up, and he extended his palm towards Mo Qingli. Next, it's time for you to say your last words. But there won't be much time. Rapid airflow wreaked havoc in all directions. Hua Wen's momentum paused, and then he clenched his fist. Boom! Bang! In the next second, the space where Chu Hen stood immediately caved in, along with the collapsed forest ground. Countless terrifying spear radiants pierced through the ground, like incomparably sharp wooden stakes, and attacked Chu Hen. Limitless spear break. The endless destructive aura was like a violent storm. Dense killing intent tore through the space. It was the same move. But in Hua Wen's hands, it was not just a little stronger than Duansang's. The dense spear radiance exploded with a strangling power that could pierce through everything. Every spear radiance was like an extreme light, swaying rapidly in a spiral. Watching this scene, Emo Qingli's face turned pale, and she could only anxiously attack the light screen in front of her. In front of the primitive holy clan, there was nothing she could do. Boom! Bang! An earth-shattering sound like thunder clashing resounded. One after another, the piercingly cold and frightening death spear auras solidly attacked Chu Hen from all directions, creating a chaotic shock wave that could shake the heavens. Emo Qingli clenched her jade-like hand. The eyes of the other two people, controlling the barrier, also turned cold. At the place where the chaotic storm gathered, a purple cube space shield completely enveloped Chu Hen. Every surface of the cube flashed with the image of a demonic purple eye. It was bewitching, gorgeous, and dazzling. The cold spear radiance that was as dense as rain struck the light shield, causing chaotic halos to spread out. The surface of the shield shook violently, but it was still impregnable. Interesting. The shield of punishment has such a move? Hua Wen had a playful smile. But the moment his voice fell, Hua Wen dragged a series of afterimages in the air, and like an aurora, he flashed in front of Chu Hen. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, and the purple light shield in front of Chu Hen instantly shattered. Thousands of broken ice crystal fragments danced wantonly. Chu Hen's pupils shrank. Hua Wen's cold smile was reflected in his bewitching and demonic eyes. You don't have the Nirvana demon spirit. Why struggle? Rumble. Wind and thunder roared, and the universe turned. Hua Wen's right arm was surrounded by a thick and vigorous red cyclone. Beams of light that resembled flowing lava rapidly converged at the center of his palm and astonishingly condensed into a red energy body. It was as if it contained a berserk, destructive power that was like the convergence of stars. Hua Wen raised the energy body in his palm and directly smashed it towards the center of Chu Hen's chest. Shatter, I said. Primordial sky, Yuan break. The red energy body was like a heavenly star in the palm that was revolving at high speed. The endless aura of death and destruction completely enveloped Chu Hen. The space between the two was torn. Chu Hen! Seeing this scene, Emo Qingli turned pale with fright. Bang! In an instant, a destructive explosion that could instantly disintegrate the mountains and rivers swept out in all directions. Boom! The ground suddenly caved in, and the infinitely expanding ground was torn apart inch by inch, and all the plants and vegetation were turned into powder. Layers of red shockwaves continuously struck the light screen of the enchantment, and narrow and long sharp cracks spread all over the enchantment. Red pillars of light that could lift the sky shot up. Primordial power was like a raging storm, filling the entire enchantment space. Emo Qingli's eyes revealed a lot of sadness. The other two people from the primordial holy clan had already revealed a complacent, cold smile. But at this moment, an indifferent and cold voice sounded out. Didn't I tell you not to be happy too early? Lord Hua Wen. In an instant, the smiles of the two people from the primordial holy clan froze on their faces. Chapter 1508. Didn't I tell you not to celebrate too early? Lord Hua Wen. The cold and indifferent voice carried a hint of playfulness. In an instant, Emo Qingli's eyes could not help but light up. Meanwhile, the smiles of the other two great saint kings from the primitive holy tribe immediately froze. What's going on? He's not dead? Hua! A chaotic cyclone swept out in all directions. Then, an extremely unbelievable scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Buzz, buzz! The distorted space was filled with slender cracks. Chu Hen, who should have been smashed into smithereens, was still standing in the same place without moving. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his demonic eyes still emitted a cold and domineering aura. At this moment, in front of Chu Hen's body, there was a black shadow. The shadow's silhouette was exactly the same as Chu Hen's. Like a fiend god, it stood in front of Chu Hen. This is? Everyone in the room revealed a look of astonishment. It was especially so for Huawen. His entire body surged with powerful desolation energy. His arm, which contained the power to destroy everything, struck the black silhouette, but he was unable to shatter it. How is this possible? Huawen frowned. His eyes were still filled with surprise. With his explosive power just now, even the sealed Nirvana demon spirit behind Chu Hen would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, the strange and mysterious black shadow in front of him was actually able to withstand his destructive attack. Could it be that the black shadow was even stronger than the 7-star demon eyes? Who exactly are you? Huawen said with a cold gaze. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth twitched. His throat moved slightly. The person who will send you to see Hades. The moment he finished speaking, an extremely dangerous wave of energy suddenly exploded from the black shadow between the two. Huawen was shocked. He subconsciously retracted his palm and wanted to retreat. However, to his disbelief, his arm was firmly stuck to the black shadow's body by an invisible force. How is this possible? Before Huawen could forcefully break free, something even more shocking happened. Kacha! The space in front of the black shadow actually exploded. Amidst the distorted space, a dazzling dark devouring hole suddenly appeared between the two. What? Huawen's expression changed drastically. Panic that had never appeared before immediately covered his entire face. Buzz! The rapidly expanding space-devouring hole was like a terrifying monster that could devour everything. The intersecting lights inside were like countless, extremely sharp shadow blades. In an instant, Huawen's entire arm was swept into it. Hiss! Warm blood sprayed into the air while Huawen's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. Under his extremely astonished gaze, his entire right arm was instantly minced into pieces. Lord Huawen. The other two from the Chaos Holy tribe turned pale with fright. To a heaven-rank great Saint King, having one's limbs destroyed wasn't something irreversible. However, Huawen, whose arm had been crushed, was still unable to break free from the terrifying devouring hole. The powerful suction force was like an invisible hand, firmly dragging Huawen's body, as if it was dragging him into the bloody mouth of a giant abyssal beast. Ah! A shrill and furious roar resounded from Huawen's throat. The constantly expanding dark, devouring hole was like a rapidly revolving storm whirlpool. After mincing Huawen's arm, it continued to bite his shoulder and half of his body. Separated by the black shadow, Chu Hen laughed coldly like a devil. It's over, Lord Huawen. Even without the demon eye, I will still kill you. Fury! Fury that he had never felt before. Even Huawen, who had a high status in the Chaos Holy Tribe, felt that he was facing extraordinary humiliation. You want to kill me? His eyes were blood red, and the veins all over his body bulged. You will also have to pay a painful price. As soon as he finished speaking, Huawen raised his other arm high up, and a monstrous and violent force gathered in the center of his palm. Buzz! In an instant, a ball of red energy that was several times more vigorous than before condensed into form. Destructive energy fluctuations covered the heavens and the earth, causing the surroundings to tremble. Stop! Let him go! At the same time, the other two great Saint King realm powerhouses rushed forward at their fastest speed. At this moment, Huawen was already furious to the extreme. The violent energy condensed in the center of his palm was pushed out, and it blasted towards Chu Hen behind the black shadow. Die! Hua Wen roared with incomparable savagery. In the next moment, the red sphere, which had gathered an enormous amount of desolate age power, expanded rapidly, like a fireball star that was about to burst open. At the same time, Chu Hen raised his eyes, and a ball of blue light erupted from the center of his right palm. Chaos Heavenly Yuan. Immeasurable creation. Bang! In the next instant, an extremely violent red ball and a dazzling blue light collided. The extremely spectacular and terrifying power even caused the two celestial bodies to collide. Along with the earth forest that was instantly overturned and ruptured, two energy storms that swept through the 9 heavens in all directions immediately burst open and exploded. Bang! Boom! The heavens fell, the earth cracked, and the universe lost its color. Two destructive storms that tore at each other wreaked havoc. The enormous black, square-shaped light screen that enveloped the battlefield was completely shattered. The remaining might swept out like a tsunami, shattering the seal and sweeping through a large patch of forest and mountain streams. Lord Hua Wen? The other, two desolate Saint Clan experts turned pale with fright. The violent shock wave was like a hurricane and a tsunami, engulfing the two of them. Boom! At the same time, the gigantic demonic seal that imprisoned the Nirvana demon spirit collapsed, inch by inch. The gigantic demonic silhouette that suppressed the demon spirit directly exploded. Even the tens of thousands of runes and secret scrolls that wrapped around its body shattered into countless light shadows. A peerless demonic aura of destruction spread across the heavenly river, covering the surroundings. Not good. The faces of the other two great sage kings from the wilderness tribe paled. Rumble! Before they could finish speaking, the chaotic energy storm above their heads was directly pierced through. Then a black shadow pressed down, and two gigantic, purple, demonic hands, one on the left and one on the right, pressed down on the two of them. A mountain-like pressure came crashing down. Sizzle! As they moved, the violent, python-like lightning power quickly gathered in the center of the gigantic hands. In the next instant, a peerlessly sharp lightning spike condensed in the palms of the two fiend god palms. It was like lightning striking the air. It was breathtaking. The other two's faces were instantly filled with deep fear. Swoosh! The aurora illuminated the helpless faces of the two. Two giant lightning spikes pierced through the sky and directly struck down. Hiss! Coo! Without the slightest ability to resist, the lightning beam that originated from the 7-star demon eyes and the Nirvana demon spirit palm forcibly pierced through their bodies. They were like people who were destined to die, pinned by the Grim Reaper's fingernails. Helplessness, fear, deep disbelief surged in their hearts. How could this be? The two of them looked at each other and saw the trace of despair in each other's eyes. Two mortal great saint kings and a heavenly great saint king were actually tortured to such a state by a mortal great saint king Chu Hen. From the beginning to the end, they were not careless. The universe sealing technique. It completely suppressed the power of the 7-star demon eyes. It was supposed to be a death match, but they still lost. They had calculated every step of Chu Hen. They had indeed suppressed the power of the demon eyes. However, man proposes, God disposes. They never expected that Chu Hen actually had a second bloodline limit. It was a powerful trump card that he did not even show that day in the War God Palace. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. There was only despair in the hearts of the two. Bang! Bang! Along with the overlapping heavy explosion, the lightning that penetrated their bodies shone brightly, and then the two of them directly exploded into two clouds of blood mist. Flesh and blood flew, and bones and organs were shattered. In front of the Nirvana demon spirit, a mortal, great Saint King expert was actually so vulnerable. Chapter 1509. Qian Qian, the latest chapter of Divine King Wu Ji. Boom! Bang! Nirvana demon spirit, silent destruction. A destructive storm tore through the sky and destroyed hundreds of miles of mountains and forests. The battle between Chu Hen and Hua Wen was earth-shattering. Primitive, holy clan. They sent out such a lineup to kill Chu Hen. It was supposed to be a dead end. Who would have thought that Chu Hen would turn the situation around at the last moment and counterattack? Chu Hen! Mo Qingli, who had been isolated from the battlefield, was extremely anxious. She hurriedly ran forward. At this moment, the battlefield in front of her had already been reduced to ruins. The originally lush forest was completely destroyed, and not a single tree was left. Among the rubble, there was no longer any trace of Hua Wen's aura. That extremely violent and terrifying explosive force just now had directly destroyed the other party, leaving not even a trace of his remains. At this moment, Chu Hen was also riddled with injuries. His aura was weak as he stood among the rubble. His body was covered in blood, and his face was especially pale. "How are you?" Mo Qingli asked anxiously. Before the other party finished speaking, Chu Hen's body was paralyzed, and he fell backwards powerlessly. Mo Qingli hurriedly took Chu Hen into her arms and held his shoulder, letting his head rest on her arm. "So tired!" Chu Hen's voice was incomparably weak. Mo Qingli was angry and amused at the same time, but her eyes were slightly red. "It's all because of you causing trouble everywhere. Now you know that you're tired." Chu Hen's lips curled into a smile. "I'm very tired. Don't go away, I'm just going to sleep for a while." The low and weak voice was like a mosquito's buzz. An inexplicable sense of exhaustion surged, and Chu Hen's consciousness sank into unconsciousness. The intense battle just now had already exhausted all of Chu Hen's energy. Especially the last attack that Hua Wen had used up, the impact was so strong that it was enough to injure Chu Hen. Looking at the unconscious Chu Hen in her arms, Mo Qingli had an indescribably complicated feeling. She had personally witnessed the growth of this young man step by step, from that small 100 Kingdoms province, which was located at the border of the Eastern Domain, to today's Midland. From being unknown in the past to being famous all over the world today. She had witnessed every step that Chu Hen had taken on the path of martial arts. "You're really amazing," Mo Qingli said softly. At the same time, a crystalline teardrop quietly slid down and gently dripped between Chu Hen's eyebrows. Mo Qingli's expression was extremely complicated. In her eyes, there was a great struggle. She looked at Chu Hen's face, which was very close to hers. She pinched her fingers together, and her nails dug deep into her palms. Hesitation, hesitation, a kind of heart-wrenching struggle. "Why did you fall asleep? Why now?" Mo Qingli's heart felt like it was being sucked into a whirlpool. The conversation he had with his father, Huang Tsang, in the Howling Abyss last night appeared in his mind. With Qi Shou's cultivation base, even if he left a gap in the seal for you, you wouldn't be able to escape unscathed, right? "Father, you're really prophetic. After breaking the seal, I met someone." "Who?" "A person who has the bloodline of the demon pupil's sacred body. With his help, not only did my cultivation base return to its peak, but I was also able to break through to the Great Saint King stage." "I see." Huang Tsang's eyes turned cold when he heard Mo Qingli's words. "Father, have you thought of a way out?" "What can I do?" Mo Qingli asked solemnly. The most important thing now was to save him from the Howling Abyss. "Yes," Huang Tsang replied. "What is it?" Mo Qingli's eyes lit up. However, what Huang Tsang said next made Mo Qingli at a complete loss. "Ali, I want you to bring back one of that person's demon pupil." Clang! It was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through his body. Mo Qingli's face was full of disbelief. "Father, you... Even if I leave this place, I must take back the position of the clan leader. However, I'm no match for Ming Mie in my current state. Ming Mie's forte is illusory techniques. and the demon pupil is the bane of illusory techniques. If you bring back one of that person's demon pupil for me, I'll be able to defeat Mingmia and regain control of the clan. Mo Qing Li's mind was in a mess when she heard Huang Tsang's words. Father, I can't do that. He can help you regain the position of the clan leader. He has the ability to do so. I, Huang Tsang, am the king of the Saint Sparrow clan. How can I allow a human to interfere in the clan's internal strife? Moreover, if I don't kill Mingmia with my own hands, how can the rest of the clan submit to me? Huang Tsang said coldly. Father, Mo Qing Li wanted to persuade him again. However, Huang Tsang interrupted her. Ah, Li, you know how long I've been trapped here. I've been waiting for an opportunity, and it's finally here. As long as you bring back one of the demon pupils for me, I'll get back everything we've lost. Mo Qing Li did not know what else to say. Ever since she was young, she could disobey anyone, but Huang Tsang was the only person she could not disobey. Ah, Li, I'll wait for you here. Why did it have to be now? Mo Qing Li felt like she was struggling in a quagmire as she stared at Chu Hen, who was in a deep coma and breathing weakly. Then she closed her eyes and slowly opened them again. She lowered her head to look at Chu Hen in her arms and said guiltily, I'm sorry. I can't let my father stay in that place forever. As she spoke, Mo Qing Li raised her trembling finger and slowly extended it towards Chu Hen's left cheek. In the depths of the lush green mountain range, clouds and mist lingered. Numerous towering peaks pierced through the clouds like heavenly pillars. At the top of a precipitous cliff, a young figure of peerless beauty was quietly looking at the beautiful scenery of the river in the distance. Screech! Suddenly, an eagle swooped down from the distant horizon. This was a majestic eagle. All of its feathers were holy and noble gold, without the slightest bit of other colors. Its sharp eyes exuded the domineering aura of a king. The golden eagle circled above the young woman and let out a low cry. Then, a look of surprise appeared on the woman's beautiful face. Where is he? Screech! The golden eagle let out a long cry and turned around, turning into a beam of light that pierced through the sky. Rocks cracked and the forest was destroyed. The earth seemed to have been turned upside down. The mountains and rivers within a few hundred miles were all destroyed, and the rivers and waterfalls flowed in reverse. However, at the center of the ruined battlefield, a young figure covered in wounds was lying there. He lay there alone. He looked especially lonely. Dried blood dyed his clothes red. At the corner of his closed left eye, a faint red liquid flowed out. Screech! The golden eagle let out a long cry in the sky. The beautiful woman who stood on the edge of the cliff also followed. When she saw the figure lying in the ruins, her slender eyebrows could not help but frown. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes faintly revealed some complicated feelings. The stars moved and the bright moon hung in the sky. The water under the bridge gurgled endlessly. As night fell, fireflies chased and played with each other by the stream. Bai Qianyu sat in the pavilion by the stream, leaning against the railing of the bench. In front of the pavilion, there was a rotating water wheel. With every rotation of the water wheel, a part of the stream water would be scooped out. Behind the pavilion was a bamboo house. The bamboo house was built very exquisitely. It was suspended in the air, and there was a clear spring flowing under it. If it was on a hot summer day, lying in the cool bamboo house and listening to the sound of flowing spring water, there would be an indescribable comfort. Bai Qianyu could not remember when was the last time she came to this place. Today, apart from her, there was another guest in this small bamboo house. The gentle night light sprinkled on Bai Qianyu's beautiful face like snow and frost. There was a kind of dreamy beauty. I miss you, Bai Qianyu murmured to herself softly, her clear eyes like autumn water surging with many feelings of longing. Is it wrong for me to do this? Father, it seemed to be a sleepless night. Bai Qinyu lightly leaned against the pillar next to her. Her beautiful eyes rotated and looked at the bamboo house behind her. Was the person in the house sleeping soundly? The sun and moon rotated. Dawn broke. The gentle and beautiful sunlight spilled into the pavilion, and Bai Qinyu's fair and flawless face was almost translucent. She was excessively beautiful in her sleep, as if she was dreaming of the person she missed, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised in a happy smile. Bang! At this moment, the sound of something breaking in the bamboo house behind her directly woke Bai Qinyu up from her dream. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately got up and jogged towards the bamboo house. Creak! The door of the bamboo house opened, and Bai Qinyu immediately walked in. Next to the window, a young figure with sharp features seemed to be standing there in a daze. "You're awake," Bai Qinyu called softly. The other person slowly turned around, a trace of coldness revealed in his voice. "Can you explain it to me?" An invisible rhythm of space swept out, only to see a pair of strange eyes appear on the pale but handsome face of the other person. One of them was the purple demon eye that he was familiar with, but the other was a golden eye that glowed with the majesty of an emperor. The different colored eyes coldly stared at Bai Qinyu, who stood at the door. Holy and demonic, there was an indescribable strangeness. Here's the fourth update. It's not easy to write. I hope everyone can support the original Chasing Waves. Also, interested friends can add God King Wu Ji's QQ chat 149825000. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1510. Maple Wing Sky Valley. Within the sacred wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan. The interior of the majestic palace was a dazzling sight. The floor tiles made of precious black jade gave off an indescribable feeling when one stepped on them. At this moment, a series of steady footsteps came from outside the palace. A handsome young man clad in silver holy armor stepped into the hall. Subordinate Qi Shou greets clan ruler. The man stepped into the center of the palace and bowed respectfully to the people in the palace. A middle-aged man dressed in emperor's robes sat at the front of the palace. This person had long and narrow eyes. His eyebrows and hair were crimson. This person was none other than the current clan ruler of the Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan, Mingmia. On the two sides of the palace stood a group of high-ranking members of the Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan. Everyone narrowed their eyes when they saw Qi Shou walk in. Their faces faintly held a hint of mockery. "Commander Qi Shou, dispense with the formalities." Ming Mia said indifferently, "Thank you, clan ruler." Qi Shou raised his head slightly and asked, "What instructions does clan ruler have for summoning this subordinate?" Ming Mia did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Commander Qi Shou, how has this emperor treated you?" Qi Shou's eyes narrowed slightly. "Clan ruler, you treat me very well." Ming Mia laughed. "Qi Shou, this emperor has always thought highly of you. Although you are Huang Tsang's personal guard, I still think highly of you. But you," Ming Mia paused. His eyes froze. "Why did you betray me?" Betray. Hearing these two words, all the high-ranking members in the palace revealed cold expressions. Each of them exuded a cold and solemn aura. Qi Shou, on the other hand, stood there calmly. He did not seem to be panicking at all. "Clan ruler, why do you say this? This subordinate does not understand." Qi Shou, you're still acting." A tall and thin elder stepped forward and pointed at Qi Shou. "A few days ago, did you go to the Wailing Abyss behind our backs?" "Yes." Qi Shou replied calmly. "Don't you know that the Wailing Abyss is our clan's forbidden land? Anyone who trespasses without clan ruler's instructions is guilty." "I know. So, what are you doing there?" "I want to see His Majesty Huang Tsang and get the whereabouts of the great devil slaughter record from him so that I can give it to His Majesty." Qi Shou's expression was still calm. The corners of everyone's eyes narrowed when they heard this. Ming Mia leaned forward slightly with a playful expression. In that case, I've wronged you? This subordinate dares not. Then, what about the great demon slaughter record? I can't find it. Humph, what a load of nonsense. The skinny old man waved his hand and pointed at Chi Shou and scolded. You bastard, stop acting here. Do you really think we're 3 years old? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chi Shou has nothing to say. Haha, Chi Shou, oh Chi Shou. Do you really think you're somebody? The old man sneered. Then he turned around and said to Yan Mia, Clan Emperor, this Chi Shou harbors disloyalty. Leaving him alive will definitely be a calamity. For the stability of the clan, this subordinate requests Clan Emperor to kill him as soon as possible to serve as a warning to others. What Elder Hongshan said is very true. That's right. I support Elder Hongshan's actions. Chi Shou has the ambition of a wolf. He deserves death. The voices in the hall were in unison. They all agreed with the skinny old man's actions. Ming Mia wasn't in a hurry. He looked calmly at Chi Shou. Do you have anything else to say? Chi Shou straightened his back and faced Ming Mia's incomparably sharp gaze without the slightest hint of fear. Chi Shou has nothing to say. Very well. Ming Mia's eyes flashed with a cold light. Men, tie Chi Shou to the heaven worship altar and execute the fire poison punishment. Yes. A few guards immediately walked in from outside the door. Chi Shou's expression faintly changed when he heard the words punishment by poisonous flames. The fire poison punishment was one of the highest punishments of the Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan. This punishment wouldn't instantly kill the victim. The fire poison would slowly eat away at the victim's body. At that time, it would be like being bitten by 10,000 ants. The process was extremely painful, and it would be worse than death. Hongshan and the others couldn't help but reveal sinister smiles when they saw Chi Shou being held down. Suddenly, at this moment, an earth-shattering aura surged in from outside the hall like a storm. Clang! Wind and thunder rumbled outside the hall. Majestic dark clouds immediately covered the sky, and the day outside the hall instantly turned into night. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. Then a vast and terrifying aura surged into the hall. Bang! 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 The guards holding Chi Shou were thrown to the ground. Let's see who dares to kill him today. The domineering aura of an emperor shook the entire hall. The expressions of Hongshan and the others immediately changed when they heard this voice. Ming Mia's eyes turned cold as he shouted coldly, Phoenix! Song! Whoosh! The powerful aura that shook the entire hall pressed down on everyone like a mountain. Then 2 figures stepped into the hall, one after the other. The person in the lead was tall and sturdy. His eyebrows reached his temples, and although there were a few white hairs on his temples, he didn't look old at all. Subordinate Chi Shou kneels to welcome His Majesty and Her Highness. Chi Shou knelt on one knee with a respectful expression. This was respect and awe from the bottom of his heart. Chi Shou, how dare you? His Majesty is here, Hongshan yelled. Humph. Chi Shou stood up and glanced sideways at Hongshan. His brows were filled with arrogance. In the eyes of Chi Shou, there will always only be one clan leader. As for all of you, you are merely rebels who have offended your superiors. You, Hongshan was speechless and didn't know how to retort. At the same time, 2 shapeless and formidable imposing auras converged together, and they were like waves that overlapped each other, causing the space within the hall to tremble. Ming Mia was still sitting sideways on his throne as he stared coldly at Huang Tsang and Chi Shou. You father and daughter are very confident. Ming Mia knew Huang Tsang's condition the best. After the other party escaped the Wailing Abyss, he didn't run away immediately and came here instead. It was a little surprising. You can't let go of your throne? Ming Mia smiled frivolously. Humph. Huang Tsang sneered and pointed at Ming Mia. You are no different from a clown sitting on this throne. Today, I will take back everything here. You. Ming Ye's face was full of disdain. Even if I'm not in my best condition right now, it's more than enough to kill you, Ming Ye. Very well. Since you father and daughter have come to me today, this majesty will deal with the both of you. As soon as he finished speaking, dark annihilation leaped up and gave rise to a majestic aura that was like a tempestuous wave that swept towards the hall below. You've come at the right time. Huang Tsang's eyes were sharp. He also moved with the wind, and a powerful scarlet flame erupted from his body. Bang! The two of them exchanged a palm strike. A ferocious shockwave swept through the hall, the surging waves causing the entire hall to shake violently. Following that, beams of light shot out from both of their bodies, giving off an imposing aura. Bang! Boom! The two of them turned into a beam of light and shot up, piercing through the roof of the hall and leaving two holes. Emo Qingli, Qi Shou, Hong Shan, and the others immediately left the hall and went outside. At this moment, the entire saint-winged Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan was in chaos. What's going on? What happened? The Huang Tsang clan's majesty escaped from the wailing abyss. What? Boom! The sky darkened and the clouds surged. The storm of dark clouds swept across the sky like the end of the world. It was frightening. Ming Ye and Huang Tsang stood on the east and west sides of the hall. Their powerful auras were like two fierce tigers fighting each other. Huang Tsang, you've already lost me once. This time, you're just repeating the same mistake. Ming Ye said coldly. Humph, you only caught me off guard last time. This time, I'll get back at you with interest. Wishful thinking. Ming Ye's eyes emitted a chilly light. Then, an enormous shadow of a sacred sparrow appeared behind him. Screech! The sacred sparrow's shrill cry shook the heavens. It spread its wings and pounced toward Huang Tsang, dragging a towering gray flame behind it. How did you lose in the past? You'll do the same today. Illusory sparrow divine sky. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura spread out from Ming Ye's body. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of countless people below, a dreamy distortion appeared in the sky above the 9 heavens. Wherever the projection of the holy sparrow, which was covered in cold gray flames, went, heaven and earth rapidly sank into thick darkness. Night fell, and it was like the evil hand of a nightmare, which quickly engulfed the space around Huang Tsang. The endless darkness seemed to drag Huang Tsang into the abyss where he would never be able to rise again. Everyone watched the scene unfold. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. No one can break the Emperor Ming Ye's illusion. That's right. Didn't His Majesty Huang Tsang lose because of this? One was the new emperor, and the other was the old master. To the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow clan, this was a situation that they didn't wish to see. But a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. The winner was king, and the loser was bandit. Although many people felt pity for their former master, Huang Tsang, there was nothing they could do. Whoosh! However, just as the endless darkness sealed the sky, a piercingly cold and peerless light suddenly tore through the sky and pierced through the illusion. Great demon slayer sword! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, causing the heavens to tremble and the 9 heavens to tremble. Along with the shattered night sky, a massive crimson sword had pierced through the sacred sparrow's silhouette like a divine rainbow. This is... Everyone was startled. The illusion has been broken. Boom! A ring of boundless crimson light rippled forth from the center of the massive projection of the holy vermilion bird. Countless streaks of light shredded the dark space, and the projection of the holy vermilion bird also shattered into countless light and shadow cyclones. Amidst the wanton, whistling, chaotic vortex, a miserable figure that was covered in fresh blood fell from the sky. It's the emperor of the Ming Ye clan. Heavens! How is this possible? Boom! Under countless, incredulous gazes, Qimya crashed into the plaza in front of the palace. At the same time, all the illusory silhouettes in the sky were shattered. Countless beams of colorful light poured down, and Huang Tsang stood in the air, looking down at the people below like a king who had returned. "Humph, Mingmia, is this the illusion that you're so proud of? It can't even withstand a single blow." Rustle! A powerful pressure enveloped the entire place. In an instant, the faces of Hongshan and the other higher echelons of the Ming-Mia clan turned ashen. They were terrified out of their wits. Yan Mia covered his bleeding chest with one hand as he staggered to his feet. His face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Looking at Huang Tsang, who stood proudly in the sky, Ming-Mia's pupils shrank in the next instant. The shock in his heart had reached an unimaginable level. Huang Tsang's left eye was flickering with a demonic purple light. This is... Not only was Ming-Mia shocked, but everyone else was also shocked. Qi Shou's eyes widened with shock. This is difficult. Could this be the legendary Demon Eye, one of the 10 strongest bloodlines? Rumble. The entire place was in chaos. Demon Eye. It can't be wrong. It's definitely the Demon Eye. Only the Demon Eye can see through all illusions. Shock. Surprise. Everyone was shocked and doubtful. Ming-Mia's eyes were filled with shock and unease. In this world, only Demon Eye could see through all illusions. At this moment, in front of Huang Tsang, no matter how great his illusions were and how unpredictable they were all useless. This was an innate suppression of power. There was no other way. "We welcome the return of your majesty." With Qi Shou as the leader, Huang Tsang's old subordinates knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. Then the other clansmen also knelt on the ground. "Welcome the return of your majesty. Your majesty's divine might is unparalleled." Hongshan and the others were all scared out of their wits. They knelt on the ground and trembled. Ming-Mia's face was filled with despair. He also knelt on the ground, powerlessly. "I've lost. Sinner Ming-Mia, please spare my life, your majesty." Ha ha ha. Looking at all the clansmen who had surrendered in front of him, Huang Tsang laughed proudly. "Welcome, your majesty. Your majesty's divine might is unparalleled." The orderly and loud voices came one after another. This former ruler had once again regained control of the sacred winged, heavenly flame Sparrow clan. Looking at the high-spirited and domineering Huang Tsang, Mo Qingli's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She wasn't as happy as she imagined. His red eyes were filled with an indescribable gloominess and loneliness. The stream was murmuring, and the water wheel was turning. There was a bamboo house by the side of a beautiful stream. "Can you explain it to me?" In the room, the pale and frail young figure slowly turned around, his voice revealing traces of coldness. "Tsang." A strange spatial rhythm was startled. On Chu Hen's handsome face that did not have the slightest bit of blood color, a pair of strange eyes astonishingly appeared. One of them was the purple demon eye that he was familiar with. As for the other, it was a golden eye that glowed with the majesty of an emperor. The different colored eyes stared coldly at Bai Qinyu, who was standing at the door. Sacred and demonic coexisted, and there was an indescribable strangeness. Bai Qinyu's red lips were slightly pursed, and her pair of bright peach blossom eyes were filled with a trace of complexity. "Those are the eyes of the White Emperor." Chapter 1511. That's the White Emperor's eyes. Bai Qinyu pursed her red lips, her clear eyes rippling. Chu Hen frowned slightly. His eyes were both demonic and holy, one purple and one gold, as if the power of demons and gods coexisted. "Why?" he asked in a low voice. Bai Qinyu shook her head. "I just don't know what to use for the time being, so..." Bai Qinyu's expression was slightly complicated. Nothing had anything to do with her, but standing in front of Chu Hen, she seemed to feel indescribably uncomfortable. Buzz, accompanied by a strange rhythm, Chu Hen's weak figure trembled slightly. The demonic purple light and dazzling golden light in his eyes also receded. Bai Qianyu was slightly shocked. She took a few steps forward to support him, but she couldn't help but stop. Chu Hen didn't say anything again. He supported himself on the chair next to him and returned to the window. A long silence. The two were silent. Chu Hen just stood by the window, quietly staring out. No one knew what he was thinking. Bai Qianyu stood behind him, looking at his back, her mind full of thoughts. "You rest well, I'm going back." After a while, Bai Qianyu said softly, then turned and walked out the door. "Didn't you say we'll never meet again?" An indifferent and calm voice came from behind. Bai Qianyu, who was walking to the door, stopped. She turned sideways to look back. Chu Hen had also turned around. The two's eyes met. There was an indescribable, complex emotion. "Yes, we've already said we'll never meet again." Bai Qianyu gently breathed a sigh of relief, then pretended to be relaxed and turned her beautiful eyes elsewhere. "It seems that I broke the rules this time. Why did you go back on your word?" Chu Hen looked at the other party's peerless appearance, which was enough to cause the downfall of nations and people. His tone was flat, but carried a trace of profoundness. "Why do you want to help me?" Chu Hen's eyes calm and deep, as if he would fall into it if he didn't pay attention. Under Chu Hen's gaze, Bai Qianyu's previous aloof and indifferent demeanor could no longer be displayed. She was the one who said it. That was the last day. In the future, even if Chu Hen saw her, he would not chase after her. "We've already said that we won't see each other again." At this moment, the two of them were once again very close to each other. Bai Qianyu raised her beautiful eyes. Her lovely peach blossom eyes seemed to have stars moving within them. She looked straight at Chu Hen. "I used to think that you were just a passerby, but later on, I realized that you were a tribulation destined for me. I should have thought that I would be reborn after the calamity, but when I saw you again, I still couldn't escape my fate." Bai Qianyu's voice was very light, but his eyes had never been so sure. She had a pair of peach blossom eyes that could charm the world. Just like that unavoidable love calamity, he was her doom. It was also her destiny. One came from the Eastern Domain. The other had been in the divine I Saint clan since childhood. The two seemingly unrelated points seemed to have touched each other under the wheel of fate. Looking at Bai Qianyu's slightly reddened eyes, Chu Hen didn't say a word. Then Bai Qianyu smiled, turned sideways, and casually wiped away the glimmer in the corner of her eyes. "Just take it that I was talking nonsense. This time I broke my promise. As long as you have a clear conscience, I really won't see you again." With that, Bai Qianyu turned sideways again, preparing to leave. But then Chu Hen's voice followed. "What if I have a guilty conscience?" Bai Qianyu's delicate body trembled slightly. She looked back at Chu Hen's pale, handsome face, and her already reddened eyes couldn't help but turn clear tears. "I have a guilty conscience." Chu Hen's lips moved slightly, and he looked at Bai Qianyu. "I should have continued to pretend that I didn't know." "Pretend?" Bai Qianyu's lily-white hands clutched the corner of her dress tightly, her pretty face full of surprise. "You! I can deceive you, but I can't deceive myself." Chu Hen said softly, "So, I've always had a guilty conscience." In this world, the sharpest thing wasn't the blade. It was the words of love from the person you cared about. The blade could hurt people, but the words of love could pierce the heart. In the face of Chu Hen's sudden words, Bai Qianyu was at a loss. Then her small mouth twitched slightly, and her voice was a little choked. "What do you mean by this? I already feel very embarrassed. And you still say that you have a guilty conscience. You really are a bastard. I should have let you go possessed and die." With that, Bai Qianyu immediately turned around and ran out of the room. "Yes." Chu Hen sighed softly. "I should have let me die back then." Then Chu Hen walked to the side of the bed and slowly sat down. He reached out and gently touched his left eye. "Zeng, A strong spatial rhythm rippled, and a wisp of divine golden light flashed in his cold and deep eyes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly. At the edge of a quiet and secluded pool, Chu Hen sat on a rock beside the pool. His eyes were closed, and every time he breathed, the surrounding space would rhythmically move. Zang! Suddenly, Chu Hen opened his eyes, and a demonic purple light and a holy golden light burst out from his pupils. The two different colors of his pupils produced a particularly strong spatial rhythm. Buzz! Immediately after, the pond in front of him slowly caved in. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes shivered. In the next instant, the water in the pond broke away from gravity and rose into the sky in a stable manner. In the blink of an eye, all the spring water in the deep pool was swept away. A huge water ball gathered above Chu Hen's head. Inside the water ball, one could clearly see fish, turtles, crabs, and other creatures swimming back and forth. Then, with a thought, Chu Hen's left eye flashed with a cold light. Boom! The huge water ball directly fell back into the pool, along with the fish and shrimps in the water. The tide churned and the waves splashed. Chu Hen calmly looked at the scene in front of him. There was a kind of calmness that was neither happy nor sad. What's wrong? Is the gods are rejecting me? At this time, Bai Qianyu's voice came from behind. Chu Hen turned around and looked at the beautiful and refined figure standing beside the water wheel, then shook his head. The two forces are very compatible. Really? Bai Qianyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and then her figure moved and flashed to Chu Hen's side. Chu Hen nodded. It's a bit magical. Bai Qianyu seemed a little surprised. I was worried that there would be rejection. I didn't expect you to really adapt to this. Chu Hen smiled slightly. He could clearly feel the powerful power contained in this god's eye. However, Chu Hen's face quickly turned cold, and a faint cold light surged in his eyes. My state is almost recovered. Bai Qianyu was stunned. She naturally knew the meaning behind his words. You want to go to Maple Wing Sky Valley? Chu Hen stood up, exuding a frosty chill from head to toe. I want to get my things back. Chapter 1512. Maple Wing Sky Valley. The Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame, Sparrow Clan. For the next few days, the entire Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan was in chaos. The old master, Huang Tsang, regained his power and carried out a complete purge of Ming Mie's remaining followers. It wasn't just to make an example out of them. It was also to intimidate everyone in the clan. His Majesty Huang Tsang was too ruthless this time. Not only did he send Emperor Mingmia to the lowest level of the Wailing Abyss, he also killed all his other followers. Yes, Elder Hongshan was tied to the altar and tortured with poisonous fire. The poisonous fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally died this morning. The other trusted followers of Emperor Ming Mia also suffered terrible fates. Although Emperor Ming Mia rebelled and seized the throne, he has done many great things for the clan over the years. All right, that's enough. Now that Emperor Huangtsang has regained the throne, he must shock the people. Let's not talk about this anymore. If someone hears it, we might be implicated. This was a critical time. The Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow Clan situation was still unstable. However, under Huangtsang's ruthless methods, Mingmia, Hongshan, and the rest were all killed. Huangtsang regained power without any suspense. Your Highness, why are you here? Qi Shou, who had just come out of the majestic main palace, bumped into Mo Qingli. Are you looking for His Majesty? Yes. Mo Qingli nodded. Is father inside? Yes. Qi Shou replied. Then he patted Mo Qingli's shoulder lightly. Your Highness, why do you look troubled these days? Shouldn't you be happy that His Majesty has regained the throne? Mo Qingli squeezed out a smile. I'm very happy. Brother Qi Shou, you can go back to work. All right, go in and have a chat with His Majesty. With that, Qi Shou stepped aside to let her in. The spacious and bright main palace was still as dazzling and luxurious as ever. However, the person sitting at the top of the hall was no longer Mingmia. Instead, it was another domineering middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. At this moment, Huang Tsang was like an emperor reviewing a pile of books on the table in front of him. These were the rules that Mingmia had set up when he was in power, as well as the plans for the clan's affairs. Now that Huang Tsang had seized power again, he naturally had to abolish the old rules one by one. "Father!" At this time, Mo Qing walked in from outside. Huang Tsang's eyes lit up. Ali is here. It could be seen that Huang Tsang valued his only daughter. He put down the scroll in his hand and looked at Mo Qing. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to regain my throne. I have to say, this demon eye you brought is indeed powerful. It's actually at the 7-star level. Although I can't unleash its full power, it's enough to greatly increase my power. Ali, you've done well, ha ha ha." Huang Tsang was especially excited. However, the other party's words of praise were like sharp swords that pierced Mo Qing heart. "Imperial Father, since you've already reclaimed the position of Clan Emperor, then I implore Imperial Father to return the demon eye to me." With that said, the smile on Huang Tsang's face gradually disappeared. "Li, do you know how precious a demon eye that can reach the 7-star level is in this world?" "I know," Mo Qing replied with determination. "No one knows better than me how much suffering he suffered because of this. Because you're my Imperial Father, I have to help you. However, this demon eye isn't yours. Ali, please give it to me." With that, Mo Qing knelt on the ground and stared at Huang Tsang with determination. Determination that she had never shown before. In Huang Tsang's impression, Mo Qing had never dared to speak to him like this. No matter what, she would always listen to his every word. Similarly, Mo Qing had never begged him like this before. "Ali." Huang Tsang's tone had already turned cold. He was like a king looking at his subjects. "Is it worth it for a mere human to beg me here? He's not an ordinary person. To me, he's a very important person, but I've betrayed his trust." Mo Qing's expression was gloomy. Thinking back to that day, her eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Then she said with determination, "Imperial Father, please return the demon eye." Huang Tsang laughed coldly. "Ali, I'll take it as you're confused. I won't pursue what happened today. Not only can this demon eye help me stabilize my position as the imperial family, it can also help me recover my cultivation to its peak. When I've recovered my cultivation, you can come and talk to me about this. I can't wait that long." Mo Qing didn't back down. That pair of ruby-red eyes were filled with determination. "I know my Imperial Father's character. If you don't give it to me now, you won't return it in the future. How dare you?" Bang! Huang Tsang broke the table in front of him. His expression was already gloomy. "How dare you speak to me like this?" At the same time, Qishou, who was guarding outside, heard the commotion and rushed in. What happened? Looking at Mo Qing who was kneeling on the ground, and the furious Huang Tsang, Qishou seemed to have guessed something and immediately tried to mediate. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Her Highness was confused for a moment. "I hope your Majesty won't blame her." "Get out!" Huang Tsang coldly shouted at Mo Qing. However, Mo Qing still didn't move. She stared at the furious Huang Tsang and said word by word with incomparable determination, "Imperial Father, I am willing to use my eyes to exchange for Chu Hen's eyes." The moment she finished speaking, Mo Qing flipped her palm and a ray of light flashed out from the gaps between her fingers. "Your Highness, you can't." Qishou turned pale with fright. Hiss! Along with the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh, Mo Qing's left hand directly pressed against her left eye. Bright and warm blood instantly covered half of Mo Qing's delicate face and flowed out from the gaps between her fingers. Your Highness. Qi Shou's face was filled with shock, and he trembled uncontrollably. Huang Tsang's eyes were also wide open, almost spitting out fire. Mo Qing Li's left hand trembled as blood continuously flowed out from her left eye. It flowed down her cheek and dripped drop by drop onto the floor like blooming flower petals. You! Huang Tsang was trembling with anger. He looked at the sharp ray of light between Mo Qing Li's fingers. The ray of light was crystal clear, like a colorful hairpin. Icy soul needle. Qi Shou couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at Mo Qing Li full of pity. Your Highness, why do you have to do this? Everyone knew that once one's cultivation reached the level of the great Saint King realm, they could slowly recover their damaged limbs. However, in this world, there were some divine weapons or treasures that could cause permanent injuries. Serious injuries caused by those divine weapons could not be reversed and healed. And the icy soul needle in Mo Qing Li's hand had this kind of serious injury power. In other words, the eye that Mo Qing Li blinded would never grow back. Fresh blood lay on her beautiful face. Before this, she had a pair of very beautiful eyes, like a red gem. It made countless young women in the clan very envious. Now, Mo Qing Li personally destroyed this beauty that was gifted by the heavens. She still didn't waver. Father, this eye of mine, I will use it to exchange for Chu Hen's demon eye. If you are not satisfied, I will give this eye to you as well. After saying that, Mo Qing Li raised the icy soul needle in her hand again. Stop! Huang Tsang's voice, which was trembling from anger, resounded. He clenched his fists tightly before relaxing them. A cold sneer appeared on his face. Very good from today onwards. I don't want to see you again. After saying that, Huang Tsang condensed his palm and thousands of light patterns gathered towards his left eye. Buzz, under a ball of red light, Huang Tsang's left eye immediately left his eye socket. Then a ball of soft light appeared in Huang Tsang's empty eye socket, and another eye grew out. And the eye that left Huang Tsang's eye socket actually emitted a demonic purple light. That pitch-black pupil flickered with a demonic light. Immediately, Huang Tsang waved his hand, and the eye shrouded in purple light flew towards Mo Qing Li below the hall. The latter stretched out her blood-stained hand and carefully put it into a transparent crystal bottle. Her face was filled with a gratified smile. This smile, in Qi Shou's eyes, was simply heart-wrenching. She took back Chu Hen's eye and smiled. The first smile she had shown in days. But it was so difficult. It was so heartbreaking and unbearable. Thank you, Father. Mo Qing Li stood up shakily. Get lost, Huang Tsang shouted. Mo Qing Li turned around and walked out of the hall. Her steps were like a butterfly in the wind. Your Highness! Qi Shou wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Huang Tsang. Don't care about her. Clang! At this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a cold wind. Bolts of lightning shuttled through the dark clouds. Accompanied by a sudden gust of cold wind, heavy rain poured down. Mo Qing Li's lonely figure slowly disappeared in the curtain of rain, like a butterfly with broken wings swallowed by the wind and rain. Thanks to Brother Tian who loves to read, Wan Shang, there is an update today. Chapter 1513. 1 second to remember. Wonderful pop-up window free reading. Kwangdang. Boom. The torrential rain poured down like water from the sky. The thunder and lightning were like the claws of a giant dragon tearing through the sky. At this moment, a thin figure with a weak aura was struggling to move forward in the rain. Red blood flowed from the corner of her left eye to her cheek, then quickly diluted under the washing of the rain. Her already slender body was now even weaker. An intense pain spread from her left eye to the rest of her body. Mo Qing Li, on the other hand, had a splitting headache. Her remaining eye became more and more blurry. Under the impact of the rain, she couldn't even see clearly what was in front of her. She was swaying. like a butterfly whose wings had been drenched by the rain. Mo Ching Li stumbled through the puddles of water in the forest with great difficulty. In her arms there was a crystal bottle. She hugged it tightly, as if it was the treasure of her life. "Wait for me. I'll go back and find you," Mo Ching Li mumbled to herself. This was her stubbornness. It was also her fault, but it was also her pain. Some people were in pain because they were betrayed by someone important to them. Some people were in pain because they betrayed someone important to them. In this world, everyone was trying their best to live, especially when there was no other choice. The pain would be magnified infinitely. I'm sorry. Mo Ching Li ran, hugging the important thing that she had exchanged her dignity and her eye for. She ran with all her might in the rain. As she cried, she kept repeating the 3 words, "I'm sorry." That day, when she took that person's eye, how much guilt did she have to bear? Every time she thought of that person's cold eyes and indifferent expression, Mo Ching Li's sorrow would be unbearable. But no matter what, she just wanted to return that person's eye back to him. Bang! Mo Ching Li, who was in a terrible condition, stepped on empty air and was sent flying. She fell heavily into the puddle of water, her whole body soaked. The coldness had never been so piercing before. Mo Ching Li immediately checked the crystal bottle in her hand. Seeing that the bottle was not damaged, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then she crawled up from the ground again. But the next moment, an intense headache made her vision go black, and she fell powerlessly to the ground. Clang! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and torrential rain poured down. At this moment, a young man and a young woman walked over from the other side of the forest. A person's body flickered with purple light. One of them was shining with a golden, holy radiance. No matter how much the storm raged, it was unable to wet their clothes at all. The 2 of them walked towards Mo Ching Li, who was lying in the rain. The other party had already fallen into a completely unconscious state, and his aura was extremely weak. Chu Hen quietly looked at the battered and exhausted man, especially when he saw the crystal bottle in his arms and the bloody left eye socket. An inexplicable coldness flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. Behind her, Bai Qinyu gently clenched her jade-like hands and looked at Chu Hen beside her. Shortly after, Chu Hen knelt down beside him. He was the first to reach for the crystal bottle in Mo Ching Li's hands. Even though he was unconscious, he held the crystal bottle tightly. "Father, please, I beg you." A vague and indistinct murmur could be heard before it fell silent again. Chu Hen paused, then took the crystal bottle from his hand. The bottle opened, and with a slight, rhythmic movement, the purple eye inside floated out. Looking at the purple eye that had been lost and regained, Chu Hen raised his hand and took it into his palm. Then Chu Hen put his palm into his left eye socket. A soft light overflowed, and the left eye was immediately taken out. The left eye that had been taken off immediately emitted an incomparably holy golden, holy light. Then Chu Hen put his other eye back into the left eye socket. He closed his eyes gently, then suddenly opened them. A pair of evil purple eyes instantly surged with a powerful aura that distorted space. This was the power that Chu Hen was familiar with. The difference between 1 and 2 demon eyes was too obvious. Although Bai Qian had replaced 1 demon eye with the god eye, while the new power increased, the power of the demon eye was also greatly weakened. For Chu Hen, a pair of demon eyes could truly display the power of the bloodline limit. The demonic purple light retreated. Chu Hen's gaze was as cold as ice as he looked at Mo Ching Li's pale face that didn't have a single trace of blood. Then Chu Hen actually extended the hand that was holding the golden divine eye towards Mo Ching Li's left cheek. A beautiful golden light overflowed from Chu Hen's palm, and strands of light lines connected to Mo Ching Li's left eye socket. The remaining blood in the eye socket was quickly purified and removed. Then the golden light in Chu Hen's palm converged into Mo Ching Li's left eye. Bai Qianyu, who was behind him, clenched her jade-like hands. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. Soon, the wound in Mo Qing, Li's left eye, stopped bleeding. At the same time, the golden eye under her eyelid, flickering with holy light, slowly merged with it. After completing this, Chu Hen slowly got up and turned to look at Bai Qianyu. Before I find a suitable replacement, lend it to me for a while. I will return it to you in the future. After all, it was the white Thearka's divine eye. To Bai Qianyu and the holy-eyed sacred clan, it was incomparably precious. Chu Hen's tone was somewhat apologetic. Bai Qianyu smiled. I have already given it to you. You have the right to use it, thank you, Chu Hen said softly. I owe you. Bai Qianyu's beautiful eyes were like ripples. She smiled mischievously. It seems like you owe me a lot. Think about how you will pay me back in the future. Chu Hen also smiled. Okay, I will think about it seriously. After a pause, Chu Hen continued. Take her back first. Bai Qianyu didn't understand. Where are you going? Since he had already gotten the demon eye back, there was no need to go to Maple Wing Sky Valley. Chu Hen's gaze turned to the depths of the red maple forest. This is something that should be taken back. Clang! Outside the main hall, thunder roared. Flashes of lightning illuminated the inside and outside of the palace. There was no one around. Huang Tsang sat alone on the throne, his face dark and gloomy. In front of him, there were scrolls and books scattered all over the floor, and in the middle of the main hall, drops of blood that had not completely dried were like blooming flower petals, especially eye-catching. Thinking back to the scene just now, Huang Tsang was both shocked and angry. He really couldn't understand why his daughter, who had never disobeyed him, would do something like this. You bastard, you've lost all my face. Huang Tsang, who was getting angrier, had a belly full of fire. Looks like you're just angry? Suddenly, at this moment, a cold voice came from the entrance of the main hall. Who is it? Huang Tsang was shocked. Clang! Silver lightning flashed in the sky. Under the illumination of the lightning, a slender figure with a cold aura could be seen standing in front of the main hall. Don't you feel sorry? Your own daughter was tricked by you. The calm tone was like a pearl, but each word was like a pearl. Huang Tsang suddenly stood up, a cold chill covering his entire body. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you talk nonsense in front of this emperor? Who am I? You should be very clear. Zhang! Rapid and strong energy stacked up. The invisible pressure directly distorted the entire space in the main hall. Lightning locked the space, piercing through heaven and earth. In front of the dark main hall, a pair of demonic purple eyes coldly stared at Huang Tsang above the main hall. Thank you, Pigeon King, for your reward. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1514. You should know what kind of person I am. Rumble. Lightning locked the sky and torrential rain poured down. Under the dazzling lightning radiance, a pair of demonic and enchanting purple pupils coldly swept across Huang Tsang, who was in the palace. It's you. Huang Tsang's eyes surged with dense coldness. Sensing the familiar and powerful eye power, Huang Tsang suddenly stood up and clenched his fists. How dare you? The demon eye has already been returned to you. But you actually dare to barge in here. Humph. A frivolous sneer appeared on Chu Hen's face. I only have some words that I want to say to you face to face. While I'm at it, I'll let you know that a different species like you can't control the power of the demon. Boom! As soon as his words fell, the ground behind Chu Hen exploded. Along with the rapidly cracking and crumbling palace floor tiles, a gigantic, fiend-godlike purple hand pierced through the ground and charged out. Immediately afterward, a series of deep and dark cracks spread out in all directions, and a monstrous purple pillar of light pierced through the ground, like a raging storm of destruction. Rumble! What's going on? What's that? The sacred winged, heavenly flame-bird clan was startled by the sudden commotion. Shocked gazes swept towards the luxurious palace at the same time. Boom! Spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered the interior and exterior of the palace. In the next instant, the entrance of the palace collapsed. Under the envelopment of the purple light, a massive purple demonic spirit covered in heavy armor suddenly appeared in the storm. This is... Chi Shou and the other clan guards who were rushing over also had a change of expression. What a powerful aura! Could this be the legendary battle-soul demonic spirit that can only be summoned by the 7-star demon eye? The entire sacred winged heavenly flame-bird clan was shocked and trembling. Clang! Shortly after, the purple demonic spirit that looked like an ancient demonic god burst out with tens of thousands of lightning pillars. The purple lightning snake and the green lightning python intertwined and intertwined. In the storm, they were like the terrifying wizard spirit that was in charge of the apocalyptic punishment. Looking from afar, countless violent and terrifying thunderbolts gathered in front of him. The air was filled with the yin and yang qi, sun luo force, 7-star radiance, and many other powerful elemental powers. Under many incredulous gazes, the demonic spirit actually forcibly combined these forces that should have repelled each other. Lord Clan Emperor. Chi Shou quickly recovered from his shock. Xiao! After saying that, Chi Shou and the other experts in the area hurriedly flew forward. Great Demon Slayer Sword. Domain. Extreme Chaos Transformation. Clang! Boom! Before Chi Shou and the others could get close, a heaven-shaking violent explosion instantly erupted in the palace. A crimson, devil-slaying sword and a dazzling thunderbolt clashed together. Along with thousands of dazzling beams of light, the enormous palace disintegrated in an instant. All the stone pillars, big and small, were shattered into pieces. The uncontrollable aftermath was like a torrent that broke through a dam. The ground rapidly caved in all directions. The earth-shattering rubble was like a swarm of locusts that filled the sky. The drifting rain in the sky was swept away as well. Chi Shou and the other experts were sent flying. Many people even fell to the ground from the impact. The blood in their bodies churned, and they vomited blood. Boom! In the next instant, a majestic black light pillar erupted from the dazzling purple storm. Following that, the powerful demonic aura that originated from above the palace was suddenly suppressed. Then, the incomparably furious purple air wave pounced and invaded the entire palace. Your Majesty? Chi Shou's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly steadied himself and rushed forward. What entered Chi Shou's eyes was a stretch of ruins. The majestic central palace had completely disappeared. The chaotic whirlwind raged wantonly. In the ruins, only the throne room remained. It was in a state of desolation and was full of cracks. At this moment, on the throne room that was full of cracks, Huang Tsang's face was filled with shock. His eyes were wide open, and his distorted facial features showed a trace of malevolence. A cold and indifferent face was reflected in his trembling pupils. The two of them were very close. Huang Tsang sat on the throne. A black longsword that was flickering with sharp electric arcs directly pierced through the other party's chest. The blood-stained blade pierced through the other party's back and nailed the stone chair behind him. In front of him, Chu Hen's right hand held the sword in a reverse grip, while his left palm pressed against the bottom of the sword hilt. The swift and fierce formless emperor blade pierced deeply into the opponent's body in a frontal assault. The battle ended in an instant. Chu Hen's demonic purple eyes stared coldly at Huang Tsang's eyes. It was like the gaze of a death god that emitted infinite majesty. Let me ask you, do you feel the fear brought by this pair of eyes? Huang Tsang's body trembled slightly. It was as if his soul was exposed under the other party's sharp blade. Your Majesty? Chi Shou and the other experts who rushed over were shocked and angry when they saw this. Stop! Let him go! More than a dozen people exploded with a biting, cold intent. They all raised their weapons and rushed forward. In the next instant, Chu Hen suddenly turned his head. His cold purple eyes trembled. Buzz! Along with a strong wave of space shaking, the destruction demon spirit at the back of the hall directly raised its giant claws and swung towards the crowd. Bang, bang, bang! The terrifying lightning that erupted from the destruction demon spirit's arms sent everyone flying by the bolts of lightning. When Qi Shou saw the approaching person and the pair of demonic purple eyes on his face clearly, his heart was filled with shock. Little brother Chu Hen glanced out of the corner of his eye. His cold eyes immediately turned to Qi Shou. The moment the two's eyes met, Qi Shou only felt a deep shudder and fear in his soul. You! Qi Shou was shocked and suspicious. Get lost, Chu Hen said coldly. Stop, little brother Chu Hen. He is the princess' father. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Chu Hen's voice was bone-piercingly cold like an icicle. Rumble, rumble, a vast and vigorous purple light swept out. The ground cracked inch by inch. An unparalleled, majestic aura directly crushed towards Qi Shou and the others. The latter's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, a violent impact sent him flying again. Then, Chu Hen's gaze returned to Huang Tsang's dark and livid face. You still only have anger? My Majesty! Chu Hen's voice was low and cold. The corner of Huang Tsang's mouth drew back, revealing a cold smile. Ha! Do you think you can kill me? What do you think? With your current appearance, do you have the qualifications to talk to me? Ha ha! Huang Tsang laughed, a somewhat crazy sneer. If it wasn't for my cultivation being greatly damaged, do you think I would have the ability to be so arrogant here? Ha! The corner of Chu Hen's mouth also twitched, revealing a disdainful arc. Since I, Chu Hen, can defeat you once, I can suppress you for a lifetime. But what you need to consider now is whether I will spare you. Crack. A sharp purple light flashed in his eyes. Strands of electric arcs were like thunder snakes quickly scuttling up and down the body of the formless Emperor Blade. Merciless killing intent spread in all directions. Drifting heavy rain sprinkling the sky. Thank you, brother, Little Dolphin 609016674, for the reward. These days, the brother's rewards are a bit fierce. I am embarrassed to ask for leave. No matter what, thank you everyone for your support. I will do my best. This book came from Chapter 1515. Since I, Chu Hen, can defeat you once, I can suppress you for the rest of your life. Crack! The beautiful purple lightning intertwined with the dark green lightning quickly scurried up and down the formless Imperial Blade's blade. A piercingly cold, murderous intent washed down along with the pouring rain. Chu Hen's cold purple eyes were filled with disdain as he stared at Huang Tsang's ferocious face. What you need to consider now is whether or not I will let you go. Huang Tsang's eyes were wide open, cold and filled with hatred. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Cut the crap. Humph, do you think I don't dare? The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Qi Shou and the others, who were isolated by the blazing desolation demon spirit, had a drastic change in expression. Buzz! Suddenly, at this moment, a circle of red light that looked like a starry halo suddenly swept over from the back of the sacred winged heavenly flame birds. It was accompanied by a huge, violent, crushing force. Bang! A heavy sound reverberated. The Nirvana demon spirit behind Chu Hen that looked like a giant god of war was directly smashed into pieces by the invading force. In the next instant, the circle of red light continued to whiz down, rapidly pouncing on Chu Hen, who was on the throne room. Whoosh! The corner of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a wisp of black light surged in his demonic eyes. Boom! The throne room beneath Chu Hen cracked open once again. Then, a huge black shadow that looked like a demon god broke through the ground and appeared behind Chu Hen. Bang! In an instant, the black shadow was like a protective demon god that blocked the red circle of light's shockwave. The shockwave surged and the rocks cracked. The mighty and ferocious shockwaves stacked up like raging waves, directly collapsing the entire imperial hull. What is this? The faces of the sacred winged, heavenly flame birds changed again. Pairs of eyes filled with shock stared at the huge black shadow that appeared behind Chu Hen. Its silhouette resembled Chu Hen's clone. However, the aura it emitted was even more strange and domineering than the Nirvana demon's spirit. When it is possible to let someone off, one should forgive them. I hope your excellency will be magnanimous. At the same time, an old voice rang in everyone's ears. The expressions of Qi Shou and the others changed. In the sky above the central main hall that had been turned into ruins, an illusory and ethereal figure appeared. His entire body was twisting and turning, as if he was enveloped in a ball of flames. Although he couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, he could tell from the outline that it was an old man. 8 Sparrow Ancestor. Qi Shou cried out in alarm. Hua! After that, the entire sacred winged, heavenly flame bird clan burst into an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with great reverence. This respect came from the bottom of one's heart. He didn't seem to be threatened by the pressure at all. It really is the 8 Sparrow Ancestors. The 8 Sparrow race hasn't shown themselves for over 1,000 years. I thought he had left the clan long ago. Looking at the illusory figure, shrouded in flames, the sacred winged heavenly flame bird clan worshipped him as if he was a god. Chu Hen also felt an extremely enormous pressure coming from the other party's body. However, there was no fear on Chu Hen's face. Who are you? This old man is just a man who doesn't care about worldly affairs. This matter is indeed our sacred winged heavenly flame bird clan's fault. But I hope your excellency will give this old man some face and stop now. The old man's voice was calm and gentle, giving off a transcendent feeling as if he was watching the wind and rain calmly. Chu Hen's expression softened slightly. Then, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Hiss! A string of blood danced in the air as the sharp, formless Tharch blade was pulled out of Huang Tsang's chest. The latter's body shook, and his trembling hands clenched into fists. I'm sparing your life, not because of any face, but because you are her father. This is the last time. After saying that, the black, god-fiend shadow behind Chu Hen slowly retracted. At the same time, he held the Tharch blade and slowly walked down the throne room that was riddled with holes. At this moment, Huang Tsang's mocking sneer came from behind. If you stop now, once I recover my strength, I will look for you. After all, he was the king of the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird clan. From the beginning to the end, Huang Tsang wasn't intimidated by Chu Hen, even though he was so close to death just now. As soon as he said that, Chu Hen stopped moving. Seeing this, Qi Shou and the others quickly gathered around Huang Tsang to prevent Chu Hen from retaliating. However, Chu Hen didn't do anything. He looked to the side, and a pair of purple pupils surged with a restless power. Come at me if you can, but I have to remind you. His voice paused for a moment before suddenly erupting with endless coldness. If you don't want your clan to be exterminated, Zhang, a loud and clear sound wave reverberated in all directions. Chu Hen's entire body emitted the cold arrogance of an ancient demon god. The rising black flames were like the aura of a demon god burning outside his body. Clang! The divine lightning locked the sky like a dragon's claw, tearing the sky apart. This time, Huang Tsang's heart couldn't help but tremble. He actually felt an indescribable fear. Everyone in the clan had a drastic change in expression. It was as if they were in the middle of a storm. Looking at Chu Hen's gradually disappearing figure in the storm jade, 8 Sparrow Ancestor, who was shrouded in red flames, couldn't help but let out a sigh. I didn't think that my sacred wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan would provoke such a terrifying person. I'm afraid that Maple Wing Sky Valley won't have peace in the future. Humph. Huang Tsang snorted coldly. 8 Sparrow Ancestor, you overestimate him. Just a pair of demon eyes, and he wants to exterminate my clan? If it's just a pair of demon eyes, then it's fine. But his second bloodline boundary, even I am afraid. What did you say? His second bloodline boundary? Huang Tsang frowned. Suddenly, the domineering and strange black god-fiend shadow appeared on him. Huang Tsang. Oh, Huang Tsang, I originally shouldn't care about the clan's matters. If it wasn't for the situation today, I wouldn't have shown myself. This time, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Good luck in the future. After saying that, the dreamy red shadow dissipated into the world like a cloud of smoke that had been burned out. At this moment, the entire Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan was in a state of panic. All of them looked at each other with pale faces. Eight Sparrow Ancestor. He's just trying to scare us, right? But with 8 Sparrow Ancestor's personality, he never likes to scare people. Just who is that person? Uneasiness and fear slowly spread. Many experts in the clan, including Huang Tsang and Qi Shou, found it hard to calm their restless hearts. The boundary between 2 bloodlines. One of them was the Demon Eye, one of the 10 strongest sacred physiques. The other one, even 8 Sparrow Ancestor, who had lived for countless years, felt afraid. It was undeniably shocking. Come at me if you can, if you don't want to be exterminated. These words echoed in Huang Tsang's mind. The other's gaze before he left was soul-piercing. Since he's such a huge threat, why didn't 8 Sparrow Ancestor kill him in the cradle? Someone in the crowd asked suspiciously. It's not that 8 Sparrow Ancestor didn't want to attack. It's just that even he wasn't 100% sure he could stop him. At least we have a way out now. But if even 8 Sparrow Ancestor fails and lets him escape, we will really be exterminated in the future. Everyone's faces were ugly, especially Qi Shou. His expression was especially complicated. It was hard to believe that the young man who came back with Mo Qingli was actually so difficult to deal with. What a pity, Qi Shou muttered to himself. He was extremely regretful that they ended up in such a situation. They were supposed to be friends and not enemies. But now they had become the Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow's biggest threat. I wonder how Her Highness is doing. Qi Shou shook his head helplessly. Other than sighing, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1516. 1 second to remember. Wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. After the rain. In the quiet forest, the smell of moist soil floated. Sparkling and translucent water droplets hung between the crisp branches and leaves. Under the sunlight, they shone like diamonds that had fallen to the ground. In a small house in the bamboo forest, the air was especially fresh and cool. Opening the window, the mountain breeze that passed through the house was like a silk veil caressing one's face. I'm sorry, Chu Hen. At this time, Mo Qingli, who was lying on the bamboo bed, seemed to have broken free from the claws of a nightmare and suddenly sat up. The pain from her left eye instantly caused her delicate body to tremble. She subconsciously touched her left eye, only to find that it was wrapped in a layer of bandage. You're awake. A gentle and calm female voice came from the window. Mo Qingli tilted his head to look. What entered his line of sight was a beautiful silhouette that could cause the downfall of a country. Mo Qingli couldn't help but be startled. Although she was also a heavenly beauty, looking at the person in front of her, she still felt a little stunned. You are. Mo Qingli looked at by Qinyu with some doubt. The person's figure and appearance seemed a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Then Mo Qingli immediately turned left and right, as if looking for something. Where's my thing? Where is it? She looked especially flustered, as if she had lost the most important treasure. Don't worry, he already got the demon eye back. Bai Qinyu said. Mo Qing was stunned. She looked up at the person. Really? Yes. Bai Qinyu nodded. Then where is he? Bai Qinyu didn't answer. Her delicate eyebrows showed some complexity. And then, Mo Qing's expression immediately became gloomy. She muttered to herself, That's right. I treated him like that. Why would he still want to see me? Just as she finished speaking, a young figure with a bit of a traveler's aura appeared at the door. Bai Qinyu's beautiful eyes moved. You're back! Chu Hen! Mo Qing's pretty face changed, a little panicked. You can already speak. Looks like you're getting better. Chu Hen walked straight into the house with a hint of gentleness between his brows. Mo Qing, on the other hand, was extremely uneasy, like a little girl who had done something wrong. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye. You don't dare to look at me? Chu Hen sat on the edge of the bed. Mo Qing bit her lips. If it's to apologize, then don't say it. Just take it as me repaying the debt I owe you. Chu Hen said softly. He clearly remembered that back in the Eastern Victory State, Chu Hen had gone to the Thunder Saint Palace alone. At that time, an intense battle of life and death had erupted between him and the Thunder Saint Palace Master, Liao Qiong. That time, Mo Qing blocked Liao Qiong's attack for him, which allowed Chu Hen to escape unscathed. Because of that incident, Mo Qing fell into a deep sleep. It was also during the period of her slumber. Chu Hen passed by the Immortal and Devil Tomb and met Bai Qinyu. Therefore, even though Mo Qing had been living in Chu Hen's Purple Palace, because of the memory loss during her slumber, she didn't recognize the beautiful woman in front of her. She also didn't know what had happened between Chu Hen and Bai Qinyu. Mo Qing's hands were clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. At this moment, she didn't know how to face Chu Hen. Betraying his trust once was like a nail hammered into a wooden board. Even if the nail was pulled out again, the traces of its existence couldn't be erased. I'm sorry. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. I know that wasn't your intention. Moreover, didn't you already get it back? Chu Hen said. Mo Qing looked at him. Are you really not angry at me anymore? Chu Hen revealed a clean and bright smile. You're acting very strange. Weren't you very cold before? Did you break your brain? Mo Qing's heart was greatly comforted by the relaxed tone of his words. At this time, Bai Qinyu said softly, You can take off the gauze on your face. At the mention of the gauze, Mo Qing subconsciously turned her head away. She shook her head. No need. Just leave it like this. Her expression was a little gloomy. Take it off, Chu Hen said. No, it'll be ugly. Mo Qing gritted her teeth. It won't, trust me. As he spoke, Chu Hen directly reached behind Mo Qing's head and the gauze slid down. Mo Qing hurriedly covered her left eye with her hand. Don't block it. Try opening your eye. Chu Hen comforted. Hearing his words, Mo Qing slowly opened her left eye. Something unexpected happened. Through the gap between her fingers, she could clearly see the things and people in front of her. What is this? Mo Qing was shocked and confused. She clearly remembered that her left eye was blinded by the ice soul needle. There was no way it could regenerate. Immediately, she was a little surprised and moved her hand away. Hua! In an instant, a strong spatial rhythm swept out. Along with the rapid flow of air, Mo Qing's left eye suddenly shone with a holy light. This is... Mo Qing's heart trembled. Her face was full of astonishment. She could clearly feel that there was an extremely powerful force surging in her left eye. The power of the eye of God. Bai Qinyu softly explained. Her red lips were slightly pursed. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with complex emotions. Xiao! Then the golden light that was emitted converged. Mo Ching Li's left eye shone with a faint golden light, forming a sharp contrast with her right eye that was like a ruby. Eye of God. Mo Ching Li was especially shocked and surprised. Chu Hen nodded. That's it for the time being. You rest well. As he finished speaking, Chu Hen helped the confused Mo Ching Li lie down. Then he exchanged a glance with Bai Qinyu. The two understood each other and walked out the door. The air after the rain was very cool. The bamboo forest in front of him had been washed clean, and it looked like beautiful jade growing out of the ground. How was it? Bai Qinyu and Chu Hen walked side by side to the side of the pavilion by the stream. Chu Hen shook his head. I met an old monster and couldn't kill Huang Tsang. Old monster? Something called the eighth sparrow ancestor. His cultivation is unfathomable. If he wanted to keep me here, I probably wouldn't be able to come back today. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with caution. The Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan was one of the strongest clans in the demon region. It was not surprising that there was such an old monster hidden in the clan. Moreover, Huang Tsang had been locked up in the Wailing Abyss for many years. His cultivation was still in a damaged state. If Huang Tsang was at his peak, Chu Hen wouldn't have much confidence. Overall, it was too risky for Chu Hen to break into the Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan alone. Now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. However, even if he gave Chu Hen another choice, he would still find Huang Tsang again. Even without that old monster, you wouldn't have killed Huang Tsang, right? Bai Qinyu said. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, Do you know me very well? It seems like we only met on the second, third, fourth time. That's right. I'm also very confused. Every time we met, I was the one who saved you. Did I? Chu Hen pretended to be confused. Bai Qinyu raised her thin eyebrows, and the corner of her mouth raised into a very charming smile. If one thought about it carefully, every time the two of them met, it was Bai Qinyu who saved Chu Hen. Back in the immortal devil tomb, Bai Qinyu not only awakened Chu Hen who had gone mad, but also helped him get rid of the pursuers of the Light Sacred Clan. Later on, in the demon region near the God-forbidden blood prison border, she was also the one who brought Chu Hen out in time. Including this time, they had only met 4 times, but she had helped Chu Hen a total of 4 times. Even Chu Hen felt that he owed her too much. Just as Bai Qinyu said, even if the 8 sparrow ancestors did not interfere today, Chu Hen would not have killed Huang Tsang. No matter what, he was still Mo Qingli's father. Just based on the fact that Mo Qingli had destroyed one of her eyes for Chu Hen could not harden his heart. Some people were in pain because of the betrayal of the people important to them. Some people were in even more pain because of the betrayal of the people important to them. In this matter, Mo Qingli was definitely the one who was in the most pain. She had betrayed the 2 most important people at the same time. The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow race could no longer tolerate her. If Chu Hen did not forgive her, then it would be really too pitiful, because the biggest mistake did not lie with her. You are from the holy-eyed sacred clan, right? Chu Hen suddenly said. Yes. Why? Bai Qinyu replied casually. Then do you know what happened to the demonic Eye Sacred Clan? Chapter 1517. You're from the Divine Eye Saint Clan, right? Yeah. Why? Then do you know what happened to the Demon Eye Saint Clan? With regards to Chu Hen's sudden question, Bai Qinyu couldn't help but be startled for a moment. Her bright and beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She asked, Didn't you come from the Demon Eye Clan? Chu Hen shook his head. I know nothing except that I have a pair of demon eyes. Nothing. Chu Hen's voice had a hint of bitterness. He started from the Saint Star dynasty and walked step by step to where he was today. His background was still a mystery. What about your parents? Bai Qinyu asked. Chu Hen shook his head again, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I once saw my parents through the martial ancestors' time will. I also saw the disaster that befell the Demon Eye clan, but those scenes were just fragments of memory, and I only got this bit of information. When a person is born, their memories are very messy and fragmented. However, things that have been seen and heard by the eyes and ears will be left in the mind in the form of shallow imprints. These things will not be remembered at all after they grow up. This part of the memory is called sleeping. Moreover, the time wheel of a martial ancestor was able to recreate the scenes and sounds that one had seen and heard when one was young. In other words, what one could see in the time wheel was the scene that Chu Hen had witnessed. As for what he had not experienced, or what he had experienced while he was asleep, he would not have any memory of it. For Chu Hen, who had just been born not long ago, most of his time was spent in a sleeping state. Therefore, the effective memory that Chu Hen obtained was especially incomplete. Then did you see clearly who attacked the Demon Eye clan? Bai Qinyu clenched her lily-white hands into fists and looked at him solemnly. No. Chu Hen looked puzzled. All of their faces were covered, and they did not reveal their identity. Bai Qinyu pursed her red lips slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. She paused for a moment, then said, "To be able to reach the 7-star Demon Eye at your age, your bloodline must be very pure. I think you should be from the main bloodline. You should have a guardian by your side." Guardian? Hearing these 3 words, Chu Hen could not help but think of that gentle, refined, and peaceful middle-aged man, Li Wushang. Ever since they parted ways in the 100-Nation state, it had been many years since he last saw him. From the scene in the time wheel, Ning Qing concluded that Li Wushang was the guardian who took him away from the Demon Eye clan. Therefore, to solve all the questions in his heart, he had to find Li Wushang. "Do you think that the Demon Eye clan has been annihilated?" Chu Hen suddenly said. "What would make you think so?" Bai Qinyu asked. "I heard it from Senior Jun Jianga. He said that the fate of the Demon Eye clan is similar to that of the 9-tailed fox clan." Chu Hen's expression carried a trace of loneliness. However, Bai Qinyu firmly denied it. No matter what, the Demon Eye clan is one of the 10 strongest holy clans. They have a very strong foundation. It's impossible for them to be annihilated so easily. It's just that the outside world doesn't know where they live now. Moreover, Bai Qinyu paused, then continued, "This time you made such a big scene in Midland. The Demon Eye clan will receive the news sooner or later. When that time comes, they will naturally find you." Hearing you say that, I feel much more relaxed. Chu Hen let out a deep sigh of relief. His eyes also revealed some relief. "I just want to know where my parents are now. Are they well?" "What are your parents' names?" Mo Qingli asked softly. "Li Jixia." Chu Hen said, "My mother's name is Li Jixia, and my father's name is Chu Ran." Before he could finish, a panicked voice suddenly came from the room in the bamboo house. Chu Hen was startled and immediately ran towards the bamboo house. He pushed the door open, only to see Mo Qingli covered in sweat, her eyes closed, her hands tightly gripping a corner of the blanket, and her mouth murmuring indistinctly. Even in her sleep, she felt like she was trapped in a swamp, struggling incessantly. Chu Hen walked in and sat down on the side of the bed. He used his sleeves to gently wipe away the sweat on her forehead. Father, don't force me. Please, give him back his eyes." The indistinct dream gradually subsided. Chu Hen couldn't help but feel a little heartache as he looked at the other party's appearance. One could imagine how big a blow this matter was to Mo Qingli. Outside the door, Bai Qinyu did not enter the house. She glanced at Chu Hen's back with a slightly complicated expression, then turned to look elsewhere. "Li Jixia? That name sounds familiar." A few days later, on the quiet edge of the pool, Chu Hen sat alone on a rock on the shore. The ripples on the water surface, along with the flow of the surrounding air, formed a strange resonance rhythm. If one looked closely, they would find that the water surface was faintly swaying with dense water droplets. These water balls seemed to be free of gravity, suspended in midair. It's a little strange. Chu Hen seemed a little confused. He reached out to touch his left eye. It was indeed his demon eye. But he vaguely felt that something was not quite right. Then, Chu Hen got up and walked back. Just as he was leaving, two beautiful figures with extraordinary temperament also came this way. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He looked at Bai Qinyu walking in front of him and said, "I was going to look for you." Bai Qinyu responded softly. Chu Hen was about to speak, but suddenly froze. He was surprised to find that Mo Qingli's original golden left eye had turned into a jewel-like red. This is... Chu Hen was a little surprised. He walked up to take a closer look. The left and right eyes were exactly the same, both red pupils. There seemed to be nothing unusual about them. The same color? For the god's eye, changing the normal color of the pupil is very easy. Bai Qinyu explained. It's all thanks to Miss Bai. Mo Qingli said gratefully. These days, she has been teaching me how to control the eye's power. Chu Hen was stunned. To be honest, Chu Hen was planning to find another substitute for Mo Qingli after he returned to the Midland. He didn't think that Bai Qinyu would take the initiative to teach Mo Qingli how to use the power of the spirit eye, which was more or less unexpected. Is it okay? Chu Hen looked at Bai Qinyu's delicate eyes and asked. Bai Qinyu shook her head. It's okay. Before this, I had already gained a large part of the eye's power. It's not as useful to me as before. I don't know if it's because I didn't store it well, but the power of the gods has weakened a lot. I think we should put it in a living body so that it can be preserved forever. Chu Hen nodded. Since the other party had already said so, Chu Hen didn't say anything else. However, this I was brought by Bai Qinyu. If one day she wanted it back, whether it was Chu Hen or Mo Qingli, they would return it without hesitation. Then Chu Hen asked Mo Qingli, "Can you get used to it?" "I can barely use part of its power." Mo Qingli replied. After all, it was a transplanted god's eye. Mo Qingli herself didn't have the bloodline of the Holy Clan, so she couldn't use its full power. Even so, this eye's power couldn't be ignored. "Since you've almost recovered, let's go back?" Chu Hen said. Midland. Mo Qingli didn't seem to have completely let go of the grudge in her heart. Yes, the Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Bird clan couldn't tolerate Mo Qingli anymore. Other than the Midland, she had nowhere else to go. But Mo Qingli looked hesitant. Then a warm and strong hand gently rested on her shoulder. Just like before. Let bygones be bygones. Hearing Chu Hen's words and seeing the warmth in his eyes, Mo Qingli's eyes turned slightly red. "What about you?" Chu Hen looked at Bai Qinyu. "Are you going back to the God Eye clan, or either is fine? If you invite me." Bai Qinyu raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh. Then he nodded. "Then let me pay off the debt I owe you first." A few days later, inside the Central Plains, Hidden Sky City, before heading to Maple Wing Sky Valley, Chu Hen had agreed to meet here and prepare to return to the Eastern Domain. "I say, boss, when you left last time, you only took one with you. This time you came back with two. Honestly, what have you done behind our backs?" In the courtyard of the city, Lord's mansion, everyone was very surprised by Qinyu's arrival, especially Mu Feng, who stared at Chu Hen from the corner of his eyes. Mo Qingli had seen him a few times, but this was Bai Qinyu's first time here. "What a beautiful sister!" Xiao Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise. Then she touched her little face. "Before I saw you, I always thought I was a great beauty." Bai Qinyu smiled politely. "You're also very beautiful." Then she said to the people around her, "This is our first time meeting. Sorry to disturb everyone. I'm Bai Qinyu. I'm his creditor." As she spoke, Bai Qinyu pointed at Chu Hen, who was not far away. "Creditor?" Everyone was stunned. Long Xuan Shuang and Yi Yao couldn't help but look at each other. Chu Hen also looked like he didn't know how to explain. Mu Feng hurriedly walked forward with a smile. Hee hee, so it's a creditor relationship? May I know how much money our boss owes you? I'll pay it back for him. I'm Mu Feng, the future emperor of the demon domain. After saying that, Mu Feng shook his head and put on a confident smile. His behavior directly attracted Qiao Shaowan, Yi Yao, and the others to roll their eyes, and secretly scolded, "Shameless! You're the one who was locked in the cage in the Immortal and Devil Tomb, right? Glad to see you again." Bai Qinyu replied, Chapter 1518. Are you the one who was locked in the cage in the Immortal and Devil Tomb? It's nice to see you again. Bai Qinyu smiled. Although her voice was very polite, this sentence immediately made Mu Feng feel even more heartbroken. He pretended to be confused and said, "Is there such a thing? Did Miss Bai remember wrongly?" "Of course not. My memory has always been good. Ha ha ha." Qiao Shaowan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, he is the one locked in the cage, I remember correctly, ha ha ha. Mu Feng suddenly felt as if he was in a cold wind, and his heart was cold. Looking at the other party's appearance, the others also couldn't help but laugh. "Little sister, you seem a little familiar. Have you also been to the Immortal and Devil Tomb?" Qiao Shaowan seemed to have a good impression of Bai Qinyu. Bai Qinyu's beautiful eyes wandered, glanced at Chu Hen, and then nodded. "Yes, I have been there." "Wait, was that also you in the Chaos Devil domain? The one who came with the strongest sacred clan, the one wearing the mask?" Mu Feng also seemed to have thought of something. Upon hearing this, Long Xuan Chuang, Yi Yao, Haozi, and the others also came to a realization. "Yes, it was me." Bai Qinyu gave an affirmative answer. "I knew it." Mu Feng suddenly clapped his hands. Why would Chu Hen break into the devil domain with those people? This guy really went to chase a woman. Once again, his secret was exposed. Chu Hen couldn't help but pretend to cough twice, slightly dissolving some of the awkwardness. "TSK, TSK, TSK, boss, you are so unkind." Mu Feng's small eyes were similar to that of a resentful wife, staring at Chu Hen, making him feel uncomfortable. "I heard that little friend, Chu Hen, is back? Sorry for not going out to meet you, ha ha ha." At this time, a hearty laughter came from outside the door. The newcomer was none other than Hidden Sky City's city lord, Zhao Xuanxiong. Beside him were Shifeng Zi, Zhao Qingyi, and Zhao Qingkai. "Brother Chu Hen is here." Before Chu Hen and the others went out to welcome them, a quick-looking little girl ran in first. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, Qingxue. He recognized the other party. Previously, when he was searching for the Ice Divine Stone for Long Xuan Chuang to upgrade her bloodline limit in the North Chuan Ice Domain, he met an orphan of the North Chuan clan. To be honest, Qingxue was a descendant of the Ice Empress. However, due to a freak combination of factors, Qingxue was accepted as a disciple by Shifeng Zi. After all, Chu Hen had saved Qingxue's life in the North Plains ice region, so Qingxue had always been extremely grateful to Chu Hen. What a strong Reiki energy wave! He's already a heavenly pattern master? Chu Hen saw through Qingxue's cultivation in the field of runes at a glance. Wait, this wave of energy wave is Immortal Talisman Tree? Ha 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 ha! As expected of a great Saint King level powerhouse, I really can't hide it from your eyes. Shifeng Zi laughed heartily. Chu Hen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shifeng Zi to pass on the Immortal Talisman Tree to Qingxue. It seemed that he really doted on Qingxue. Senior Shifeng, City Lord. Surprised, Chu Hen cupped his fist slightly. Little brother Chu Hen, you don't have to be so polite. It's already an honor for Hidden Sky City to have you visit my humble home. Zhao Xuanxiong laughed heartily. Now, the situation was no longer the same as before. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Chu Hen could be called the #1 among the younger generation of the Midland. The insignificant city, Lord of Hidden Sky City, was not even worth mentioning in front of him. However, even so, Chu Hen was still very polite to Zhao Xuanqiong. City Lord Zhao, you're too polite. Qingyi, Qingkai, and I are from the same sect, so you're naturally my elder. You're right, there's no need to be so polite, Shifengzi waved his hand. Even if Chu Hen can ascend to the heavens, he's still our junior. Senior Shifeng is right, Chu Hen said with a smile. I'm ashamed. Zhao Xuanqiong shook his head and smiled. Who is this lady? Zhao Qingyi, who was standing behind, saw Bai Qinyu on the other side and asked in confusion. Could she be the Miss Meng Shan that you've been talking about? Zhao Qingkai blurted out, subconsciously. Wow, she's really beautiful. No wonder you, Chu Hen, would come all the way from the eastern region to look for her. Hearing this, Mu Feng, Yi Yao, Haozi, and the others' expressions all changed. Chu Hen couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. Mu Feng immediately winked at Zhao Qingkai. After all, with everyone's eyesight, they could more or less see that there was an ambiguous relationship between Bai Qinyu and Chu Hen. What's wrong with you? Is your face cramping? Zhao Qingkai used the word adorable to its fullest. Then she walked up happily and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Zhao Qingkai. I've often heard them mention you in the past. You're really beautiful. No wonder Chu Hen can't forget you. Oh my God! Mu Feng was going crazy. It's over. Qiao Shaowan was already secretly praying for Chu Hen. Yi Yao also began to put her palms together. May the heavens bless big brother Chu Hen so that he doesn't die a horrible death. Bai Qinyu first glanced at Chu Hen, then graciously shook Zhao Qingsai's hand. Hello, I'm Bai Qinyu. Nice to meet you. Bai Qinyu? Not Luo Mengchang? A gust of cold wind blew past, and Zhao Qingkai immediately froze on the spot. Afterwards, everyone looked towards Chu Hen at the same time. His figure inexplicably made people feel a sense of desolation. Ha! Hello. Zhao Qingkai smiled awkwardly, quickly retracting her hand, then looked at Chu Hen with an innocent and fearful expression. Her surname is Bai? Zhao Xuanqiong's eyes narrowed as he softly muttered to himself. There was a hint of inexplicable meaning between his brows. This young woman in front of him with an outstanding temperament vaguely had an indescribable air of nobility. This air of nobility seemed to be innate. Even a member of the royal family, who was born into an emperor's family, could not compare to 1,000th of her temperament. The scene was a little awkward. At this moment, a series of steady footsteps outside the door broke the awkward atmosphere. Everyone subconsciously looked outside. It's Wang Li and Senior Wu Yan. Zhao Qingyi said with some surprise. You came just in time. Mu Feng smiled slyly. Yi Yao elbowed him. You won't die if you speak less. Mu Feng shrugged his shoulders with a little smugness. Junior Chu Hen is back? As soon as she entered, Wang Li saw Chu Hen standing in front of the crowd. Just arrived today. Chu Hen replied, Such a coincidence. I was worried that you guys had already left. Looks like we don't have to go to the east anymore. Wang Li said. Everyone was startled. Chu Hen revealed a puzzled expression. Sect leader is looking for me? No. Wang Li waved her hand. Then what is it that made the two of you come personally? Sect leader heard that you guys are returning to the east, so he specially asked us to deliver something. Wu Yan smiled. Oh. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Li waved her hand. Hua! In an instant, the dazzling light illuminated the entire hall, making it look resplendent and dazzling. Everyone's eyes lit up. They saw a dazzling array of treasures on the ground. Divine weapons, pills, martial arts books, secret technique scrolls, and countless precious spirit stones emitted astonishing energy fluctuations. A total of 10 large boxes. This box is for City Lord Zhao. Wu Yan pointed at one of the boxes and said, The rest is for Junior Chu Hen to bring back to the east. Zhao Xuanqiong was startled. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, I have done nothing. I am indebted to sect leader Dongfang for his kindness. I appreciate it. City Lord Zhao, you don't have to be so polite. This is what you deserve. If you don't accept it, the two of us won't be able to explain ourselves when we return," Wang Li said gently. Accept it." Chu Hen also opened his mouth to persuade. "Senior West Wind has disturbed you for so long. Just treat it as me paying for his food, clothing, housing, and transportation." I'm sorry. Zhao Xuanqiong smiled slightly awkwardly. "It's not a disturbance. I'm the one who didn't let Brother West Wind leave." "That's the truth. My father clearly doesn't have any talent, but he's obsessed with runes. Qingxue is already a heavenly rune master, but he's still in the realm of an earth rune master." Zhao Qingkai shook his head and sighed. "City, Lord Uncle has been working very hard. The runes I taught him the day before yesterday have all been arranged this morning." Qingxue also very timely added, "Ha ha ha ha." It immediately caused a roar of laughter. Zhao Xuanqiong's old face was a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly blinked at Qingxue. He signaled her to stop talking. Indeed, since about a few months ago, the person who taught Zhao Xuanqiong the runes had changed from Shifeng Zi to Qingxue. In Shifeng Zi's words, it was mud can't help a wall. This old man had already smashed the table in anger more than once. In comparison, Qingxue was much easier to coax. Therefore, in the entire Hidden Sky City, Qingxue had already become the group pet. In addition to her obedient personality, many people liked her very much. "Thank Lord Sect Master on my behalf." Looking at the precious divine weapons and treasures on the ground, Chu Hen also felt grateful. "Junior brother Chu Hen, you're treating me like an outsider. If it wasn't for you, the martial sect wouldn't be where it is today," Wang Li said. "When will you guys return to the eastern region?" Wu Yan casually asked. "It should be in the next 2 days. Do you guys want to go to the eastern region?" Chu Hen asked with a smile. "We do want to go, but the Martial Alliance's initial integration is imminent, and everyone in the sect is extremely busy. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Chiu being worried that something might go wrong along the way and insisting that the two of us escort this batch of treasures here, we probably wouldn't even have the time to come out. Let's not talk too much. Since the things have been delivered, we still have to rush back to deal with the matters in the inner province. Have a safe trip. All right, take care. Farewell. Farewell, everyone." Then everyone cupped their fists and bid farewell. "Brother, shall we go to the eastern region to play as well?" Zhao Qingkai asked. "Sure." Zhao Qingyi seemed to be quite interested as well. "If there's nothing else, let's go together." Chu Hen opened his mouth and invited. "This old man won't be going back." Shifeng Zi waved his hand. "I'm getting old, and I can't handle the torment, but you guys can bring Qingxue out to see the world. She usually stays in the city and doesn't go out much." "All right." Chu Hen agreed to Shifeng Zi's suggestion. Eastern region. Qingxue widened her big, lively eyes. She was a little curious and excited. "Can I go out to play?" "Of course, but you have to practice the rune skills that I taught you every day." Shifeng Zi smiled lovingly. "Got it." Qingxue nodded obediently. Then she turned to Zhao Xuanqiong. "Uncle City Governor, you have to practice the rune skills that I taught you every day." The second after she said that, the city governor's mansion burst into laughter again. "Come, wonderful book house.